Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm glad to be here today with you. Thank you for being connected today for the conference, the seminar. Thank you to the participants, the panelists, and the audience, and thank you for joining this important event. So my name is Rokhaya Diallo. I'm a journalist and a filmmaker from France. The topic today is recognizing the past, repairing the present, and building the future. And it's the inaugural commemoration of the European Day for the Abolition of Slavery in the virtual European Parliament. This conference focuses on the history and the histories and legacies of the transatlantic trade and enslavement of Africans and people of African descent in Europe and in the Caribbean. Today's event features a diverse mix of speakers, discussion panels, and a screening of 2 episodes of the newly released documentary series entitled Enslaved. We are also very proud to have the creators of Enslaved in the evening with us, who committed their time to participate in a Q&A session starting from 8 p.m. CET. We recommend watching at least 1 episode before the Q&A. The viewing links to watch the episodes are going to be shared from time to time here in the chat box for all participants and attendees. Anti-Racism and Diversity Intergroup in the European Parliament, European Network of People of African Descent, United Nations Human Rights Office of High Commissioner and European Network Against Racism, some of the main actors in the fight against racism in Europe and globally. Thank you for your work and for making this event a reality. We would like to thank our audience for joining us. We will have Q&A as part of both panel discussions as well as a Q&A with the creators of the documentary series Enslaved in the evening, as mentioned. If you would like to take the floor during the Q&A session, please write your name in the chat box, your question, and who you would like to address your question to. You can write your question as soon as we start with the panel. We will do our best to take up as many questions as possible. When I give you the floor, please turn on your camera and we will unmute you. Please be brief and to the point so we can maximize the number of speakers. This webinar is a public event and you are welcome to use social media during the event. You can use the hashtag recognizing the past, the other hashtag repairing the present, the hashtag building the future, the hashtag European Day, or the hashtag abolition of slavery. The event is placed under the high patronage of the European Parliament by its president, David Sassoli. It will start with welcoming remarks by Vice President of the European Parliament, MEP Dimitrios Papadimoulis. I'm not sure if the European Parliament MEP is already connected. I haven't seen him.
Yes, I'm connected.
Thank you so much for being here. So you're the Vice President of the European Parliament. You are leading several important files, including chairing the high-level group on gender and diversity. You are a long-term friend and partner of Anti-Racism and Diversity Intergroup in the European Parliament. Thank you very much for introducing the session.
Thank you very much. I'm grateful to have the opportunity to be with you. Today is an historic moment as we gather to mark the European Day for the Abolition of the Slave Trade and reflect back upon a difficult but important year. This year has seen the re-emergence of a global conversation on racism, discrimination, and the legacies of colonialism and the slave trade on all our societies. The European Parliament has long been a firm supporter of the EU's robust actions on anti-racism through thematic resolutions, financial support to anti-racism groups, and support for the rule of law within the Union and abroad. The European Parliament's thematic resolution on anti-racism in June of this year reiterated our commitment to tackling racism, xenophobia, and discrimination within the EU. Reflecting upon the Black Lives Matter protests that occurred around the world and throughout the Union, the European Parliament has called upon all member states to promote anti-discrimination policies, counter institutional racism, and officially acknowledge the past injustices and crimes against humanity committed against Black people and people of color. If we wish to uphold our motto of united in diversity, we must take sustainable, concrete actions to tackle racism and discrimination in our societies and institutions. As part of the EU's commitment to anti-racism, the European Parliament has welcomed the new Anti-Racism Action Plan for 2020 to 2025, which sets forth a multifaceted plan to tackle racism and discrimination at all levels and with all actors in the EU, as well as strengthening existing EU legislation related to anti-racism and implementation report on the Racial Equality Directive will be published in 2021 with possible related legislation. We try for that by 2022. We also intend to develop better, consistent equality data collections within the EU and member states, including data on policies. We intend to work with member states and IT companies to better counter violent extremist and hate speech, both on and offline. The action plan also aims to combat racism in everyday life through funding to promote inclusion and diversity in the labor market, social protection, healthcare, and housing, among others. Education policies will be encouraged to mainstream inclusion and awareness education, and the EU intends to lead this effort through the marking of key commemorative days and awareness-raising seminars. All member states are also encouraged to develop and adopt their own national action plans to combat racism and racial discrimination. As the Vice President in charge of equality, inclusion, and diversity in the European Parliament, it is vitally important to me that the European Parliament leads in this field. It's a leading European institution, and as such, the European Parliament also been working to address this issue internally. In 2018, the European Parliament's administration approved my roadmap on diversities, other than gender, which contained a set of anti-racism actions, including training for managers on race, ethnicity, and religious belief issues in human resource management. This so-called Papadimoulis report was approved unanimously from the Bureau of the European Parliament. And now it's the time to implement that report, creating the necessary roadmap. With the roadmap ending this year, I'm proud of the achievements and changes it has enacted on the EEP. But we have to acknowledge that there are a lot of work and steps still to be needed. And it's time for action. This is not an issue that can be tackled easily or swiftly, but will take sustained actions and hard work to ensure this agenda moves forward. If we wish to call ourselves the Parliament of the European Union, we must to ensure that we reflect the diversity of the Union, not only in nationality, but in every aspect. This Union was founded on the belief that our diversity was our strength, and I look forward to continue the work to ensure we prove this true. I consider ARDI to be my key political ally in the European Parliament. I am very much interested to tighten the cooperation between ARDI and the high-level group on equality and diversity going forward. I have already invited ARDI representatives to participate in the next high-level group meeting, where we'll be tackling stock of the implementation of the other diversities roadmap. I would also very much welcome ARDI's input into that. I hope will be an extension of the other diversities roadmap into the years 2021 and 2022. Last but not least, I would like to invite an ARDI representative to be a speaker at the next year's awareness-raising event to mark the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, to be organized by the Equality, Inclusion and Diversity Union of DG personnel of the European Parliament. This event today marks an important milestone as we gather for the inaugural commemoration of the European Day for the Abolition of the Slave Trade. As we discuss our present societies and our hopes for the future, we cannot ignore the horrific legacies of colonialism and the slave trade and the crime of humanity committed against Black people and people of color. It is our responsibility to acknowledge our history, educate ourselves and our children, and challenge ourselves to build more equal and just future. It is a significant day, and I look forward to the opportunity to learn more from the esteemed speakers and discuss what the future of anti-racism in the EU can look like. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, MEP Dimitrios Papadimoulis. Thank you so much for your speech. You mentioned the Black Lives Matter movement and the way it affected the world, and you also underlined the commitment of the European Union and especially of the European Parliament. Thank you for that. So the next speaker is Helena Dalli. So she is the European Commissioner for Equality. She is serving as European Commissioner for Equality since December 2019. Mrs. Dalli was the first Maltese winner of the 2016 European Diversity Award for her work in human rights and equality. In 2019, Mrs. Dalli was awarded again, this time by the Spanish Association of Lawyers and Lawyers Against Hate Crimes. We expect this chain of awards to continue, and she is so successfully strives to achieve equality in her commissioner role too. Good afternoon, Helena Dalli.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for being here. We're listening to you.
Thank you. Thank you, honorable members of the European Parliament, distinguished guests. Good afternoon again. And I am honored that I was asked to address you today on the International Day for the Abolition of Slavery, on the theme of recognizing the past and repairing the future. So going forward, we must and will be the driving force that guides our course of action to build anti-racist societies. Our ambition is to build an equal future for all. This is why we are stepping up our work. To this end, on the 18th of September, the Commission adopted an EU anti-racism action plan. The aim is to build a life free from racism and discrimination for all in the European Union. We know that the level of change we need to bring about in our society is not going to happen overnight. But we also know that this change will simply not materialize if we fail to look back, to draw the lessons from the past, and to duly consider the consequences that these actions continue to have on people with a minority, racial, or ethnic background today. Slavery, but also colonialism and the Holocaust are embedded in our history, and they still have profound consequences on our societies. We must admit that inequality and racism faced by people of African descent and Black people are historically rooted in the fact that they have for centuries been victims of racism, racial discrimination, the slave trade, enslavement, and colonialism. The way in which our institutions function today can have their origins in many generations ago and can feed into structural racism. Many Roma in the EU continue to face discrimination, anti-Gypsyism, and socioeconomic exclusion in their daily lives. Over the past 5 years, 2 out of every 5 Roma have experienced discrimination. Close to half of the general population continue to say that they would feel uncomfortable having Roma neighbors. And this despite the abolition of 5 centuries of Roma slavery. Stereotypes can be centuries old with a tenacious hold on attitudes and a tendency to be self-perpetuating. Understanding and discussing the roots of such attitudes can help the process of change for everyone. This is why it was so important for our European Union Anti-Racism Action Plan to clearly acknowledge the historical roots of racism. It also underlines the importance of remembrance to encourage inclusion and understanding. In this context, the Anti-Racism Action Plan foresees that the EU should explicitly mark key commemorative days linked to racism. These include the International Day for the Abolition of Slavery that we are marking today. I can only commend the strong determination of the European Parliament to make the 2nd of December a day to acknowledge and remember all those who have been enslaved and discriminated against for centuries, simply on the basis of the color of their skin. The Commission will also mark each year on the 21st of March, the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, and in 2021 we will organize a summit against racism around that date. The summit will involve EU institutions, member states, civil society, equality bodies, and grassroots organizations. The involvement of all stakeholders is indeed necessary if we want to offer effective solutions to racism. This is because racism is not only perpetrated by individuals, but is also structural and can be found in every area of life. Turning the tide, therefore, requires mobilizing stakeholders at all levels. In this context, the Commission will hold regular dialogue not only with the European Parliament, but also with member states, with communities, with businesses, with civil society and academia. Cultural, creative, and media industries are also amongst the many relevant actors of change. I am convinced that they are powerful vehicles for promoting equality, diversity, and inclusion. I am therefore pleased that today's event will close with a screening of the documentary Enslaved, which presents the terrible history of the slave trade. As you know, the prohibition of slavery is enshrined in the EU Charter of Fundamental Rights. In a couple of days' time, on the 7th of December, we will mark the 20th anniversary of the proclamation of the EU Charter by the presidents of the EU institutions. The Charter reaffirms that the EU is built on fundamental rights, democracy, and the rule of law. Over the past decade, it has led to a greater promotion and protection of people's fundamental rights in the EU. However, the protection of fundamental rights cannot be taken for granted. In the last decade, new challenges have emerged, for instance, in the areas of migration and security, and most recently in the context of the COVID-19 crisis. These new challenges and developments call for a renewed commitment to ensure that the EU institutions and the member states apply the Charter to its full potential. I find it symbolic that precisely today, the Commission adopted its new strategy for the implementation of the Charter of Fundamental Rights. The new strategy proposes specific actions to strengthen the application of the Charter, in particular in the member states. However, This can be realized only through a collective effort, not only from EU institutions and national and local authorities, but also from civil society organizations active in fundamental rights. Like fundamental rights, progress on fighting racism and hate is fragile. As President von der Leyen underlined in her State of the Union address, it is hard-won but very easily lost. I truly believe that recognizing the past is key to ensuring that we never go back on the steps we have taken to build a life free from racism and discrimination for all. I thank you for your attention and wish you a fruitful event. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your speech and the fact that you addressed the structural racism in Europe. It was very useful to have you reminding that racism has historical roots and that it's deeply rooted in our history. So now we're having a very special guest that we are very happy and very glad to have with us. Let me introduce to you Michel Bashley, the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights. On September 1, 2018, Michel Bashley assumed her function as the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights. UN Human Rights Office is the leading UN entity on human rights by representing the world's commitment to the promotion and protection of the full range of human rights and freedoms set out in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The High Commissioner for Human Rights also acts as coordinator in the International Decade for People of African Descent. In this capacity, UN Human Rights Office organizes the Fellowship Program for People of African Descent, prepares annual reports for the Secretary General, and promotes and raises awareness about the decade. Prior to that, Mrs. Bashley was elected President of Chile on 2 occasions. She was the first female President of Chile. Thank you very much, Michel Bashley, for speaking about that very important day.
Thank you, Rokhaya. Excellencies, colleagues, and friends, it is my honor to address this inaugural commemoration of the European Day for the Abolition of the Slave Trade with the theme Recognizing the Past, Repairing the Present, Building the Future. I commend the European Parliament's Anti-Racism and Diversity Intergroup for organizing this event alongside the European Network of People of African Descent and the European Network Against Racism. As the COVID-19 continues to gather force and claim human lives, its accompanying social and economic crisis threatens to unleash new waves of poverty and inequalities and to revert decades of hard-won development gains. This year will be remembered as a pivotal point in the struggle against racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerance, marked by global protests at the killing of George Floyd in police custody. Immense global solidarity to victims of racial violence has galvanized people to protest against racism and racial discrimination and prompted important discussions on the legacy of enslavement and colonialism. It also triggered an urgent debate at the Human Rights Council in June and the subsequent adoption of a resolution mandating my office to prepare a comprehensive report on systemic racism and human rights violations against African and people of African descent by law enforcement agencies. As mandated by the resolution, the report, which will be presented next June, will also focus on accountability, redress for victims, and government responses to anti-racist peaceful protests. Today's timely interventions will inform its preparation. Racial discrimination is indeed a pervasive threat and human rights violation. The link between past and present forms of manifestation of racism was explicitly made in Durban Declaration and Program of Action adopted by consensus at the World Conference Against Racism, Racial Discrimination, Xenophobia, and Related Intolerance in 2001. In fact, the Durban World Conference represents a milestone in our common fight against these grave challenges. The conference addressed the deep historical roots of contemporary racism, acknowledged that slavery and the slave trade are, as should always have been, crimes against humanity, and analyzed the legacy of some of the most appalling chapters of our human history. The Durban Declaration states that slavery and the slave trade are, and I will quote, among the major sources of racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerance, end of quote. It also affirms, and I'll quote again, Africans, people of African descent, people of Asian descent, and indigenous peoples were victims of colonialism and continue to be victims of its consequences. And then highlights that the effect of these structures and practices have contributed to lasting social and economic inequalities, end of quote. With this in mind, recognition, justice, and development is the theme of the International Decade for People of African Descent. The program of activities of the decade, which our friend Ms. Diallo remember, I have the honor to be the coordinator of the culture, history, and heritage of people of African descent, and through education, research, and its inclusion in schools' curricula. Recognition is towards comprehensively addressing the scourge of racism and racial discrimination that still afflicts us today. COVID-19 is a stark example. Widespread inequalities and systemic discrimination meant racial and ethnic minorities have been disproportionately affected by COVID-19. They are also a large part of the 40 million people still victims of contemporary forms of slavery. Among the key root causes exposing people to slavery is indeed pervasive and long-standing racial discrimination, which is deeply connected to unequal access to justice, education, health services, land, livelihoods, or decent employment opportunities. Excellencies, respect for human dignity, equal rights, and non-discriminations are the basis of human rights, as reflected in the first two articles of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. It is no coincidence that race and color are the first grounds of discrimination mentioned in Article 2. As we all know, not only was racism among the defining aspect of the Second World War, its end was also a departure point for independent movements around the world. Movements that aim at breaking from the colonialism of Western powers that had for centuries institutionalized enslavement of African and African people of African descent. In December 1965, the United Nations General Assembly established the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, ICER. Its purpose was to adopt, and I'm quoting now, to adopt all necessary measures for speedily eliminating racial discrimination in all its forms and manifestations, and to prevent and combat racist doctrines and practices in order to promote understanding between races and to build an international community free from all forms of racial segregation and racial discrimination, end of quote. The 2001 World Conference in Durban that I already mentioned, followed by the 2009 Review Conference, helped the international community reflect on where action has been insufficient, in what areas and ways we needed to do more to create just and fair societies that are free of racism and racial discrimination. At the international level, various steps have been taken by member states, UN human rights mechanism, and the overall UN system, regional organizations, national human rights institutions, and civil society. These include legislative measures, national action plans against discrimination, and national monitoring and complaint mechanisms. Other measures to strengthen national capacity to combat racial discrimination include data collection and research, community engagement, and awareness raising, educational and outreach activities. We have seen a number of positive steps taken in the European Union, such as the 2018 release of the first ever report of the EU Fundamental Rights Agency documenting the situation of people of African descent and the region. The report, Being Black in Europe, examined the experience of almost 6,000 people of African descent in 12 EU member states, concluding that racial discrimination was pervasive in all spheres of their lives. I commend the subsequent adoption by the European Parliament of a resolution on the fundamental rights of people of African descent in Europe. It was the first time that this Parliament publicly recognized the specific form of racism and discrimination fueled by historical abuses and negative stereotyping that people of African descent face. I also welcome the launch of the International Decade for People of African Descent in some European countries such as Belgium and the Netherlands, following the visits of the Working Group of Experts on People of African Descent. Yet, it is clear that the depth and reach of changes made across countries and countries have not been sufficient. At the Human Rights Council's urgent debate last June, I called upon the Council to look into today's racial violence, systemic racism, and discriminatory policing, all of which lie behind our collective failure to acknowledge and confront the legacy of the slave trade and colonialism. As the UN Special Rapporteur on contemporary forms of racism has underscored, and I will quote him, many contemporary manifestations of racial discrimination must be understood as a continuation of insufficiently remediated historical forms and structures of racial injustice and inequality. In this regard, end of quote. In this regard, the recent launch of the European Commission's Anti-Racist Action Plan for the next 5 years is significant, as it acknowledges colonialism and enslavement as historical roots of racism. By declaring enslavement a crime against humanity, and by calling the 2nd of December to be the European Day for the abolition of the slave trade, the European Union is taking an important step to address racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerance. In practical terms, this commendable process will require making amends for centuries of violence and discrimination, including through formal apologies, truth-telling processes, and reparations in various forms. Comprehensive and inclusive consultation with those affected should lead to justice, accountability, and reconciliation. The Special Rapporteur on Racism, the Working Group of Experts of People of African Descent, and the Durban follow-up mechanism have all called for reparatory justice. In a report to the UN Human Rights Council, the UN Special Rapporteur on Cultural Rights also referred to the importance of memorialization processes. All such processes should stimulate civic engagement, critical thinking, and discussions about the representation of the past, while also highlighting its contemporary consequences, like persistent racial stereotypes, discrimination, exclusion, or violence. As these events highlights, recognizes the past is the first step to repairing the present and key to building the future. Excellencies, friends, next year, we will mark both the 20th anniversary of the Durban Declaration and Programme of Action, as well as the midpoint of the International Decade for People of African Descent. I call on EU member states to support the establishment of the Permanent Forum on People of African Descent. This will be a remarkable achievement of the midterm review and a stepping stone to another important objective of the International Decade, the development of a draft United Nations Declaration on the promotion and full respect of human rights of people of African descent. And this is of utmost importance. The fight against racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerance is as crucial and urgent as ever, online and offline. It is deeply concerning that discrimination is being further amplified through digital technology, often even by public figures and authorities. States need to demonstrate stronger political will, backed by concrete action, to effectively tackle structural and systemic racism and racial discrimination entrenched in societies. The event today shows us the urgency to emphasize our common humanity and to repair any legacies that would suggest otherwise. Thank you for standing up for human rights.
Thank you very much, Michel Bashley. It was a very inspiring speech, and I was glad you reminded the ties between the slave trade and nowadays racism and how it affects the situation of people from African descent, whether it's in Europe or in other continents. So our next speaker is supposed to be Younous Omarjee, but I'm not sure if he's here or not. I think he's not here. So if Younous Omarjee is not currently connected, we will send a video message for of the President Charles Michel. So Charles Michel is a Belgian politician serving as President of the European Council since 2019. He previously served as Prime Minister of Belgium between 2014 and 2019. So he's not currently connected with us, but he has sent us a video that we can see now. Thank you very much.
Il est difficile de prendre la parole en si peu de mots, en si peu de temps sur un sujet aussi honteux et aussi douloureux. Un phénomène aussi abject que l'humanité en fait s'est reniée elle-même. Et je ne peux pas oublier mon émotion lorsque j'ai visité l'île de Gorée au Sénégal et ses jolies maisons avec leurs immondes geôles, situées directement sur la plage depuis lesquelles les marchands d'êtres humains embarquaient les esclaves sur des bateaux et vers leur sinistre destin. Peut-être le silence est-il la seule réponse possible pour ne plus blesser. Peut-être seul le silence est-il assez noble pour exprimer la profondeur de notre indignation et de notre repentir. Et pourtant, le silence ne suffit pas, ne suffit plus. Ce qui nous réunit aujourd'hui, c'est un devoir de mémoire qui doit être renouvelé sans cesse. C'est une page de notre histoire qu'il ne s'agit pas d'arracher pour ne plus la voir, mais il s'agit de l'écrire avec justesse, avec justice. Il faut oser la regarder en face, et votre conférence se propose de reconnaître le passé, réparer le présent et construire l'avenir. Reconnaître le passé, c'est se souvenir de ces millions de destins volés et brisés, de ces anonymes, arrachés à leur famille, à leur pays, pour être envoyés dans des contrées lointaines, y être maltraités, et justement pour la plupart. Se souvenir d'une époque où certains croyaient que la couleur de leur peau les rendait supérieurs à d'autres de leurs semblables, se souvenir d'une époque où les justifications les plus abominables étaient données pour qualifier un commerce inqualifiable d'êtres humains devenus objets. Se souvenir de ces jambes enchaînées, de ces regards vides, de ces corps meurtris, mais aussi de ces poings serrés et de ceux innombrables qui se sont levés pour défendre la dignité et dénoncer ces atrocités. Se souvenir aussi qu'il existe encore aujourd'hui près de 40 millions d'enfants, de femmes, d'hommes victimes de nouvelles formes d'esclavage, et que le combat contre cet esclavage contemporain doit continuer. Réparer le présent, peut-être le devoir de mémoire est-il un premier pas important dans ce travail de réparation. La préservation des nombreux lieux de mémoire, de la traite des êtres humains, en est un autre, tout comme l'enseignement de cette page sombre de notre histoire. Mais comment être à la hauteur? N'est-il pas trop tard pour rendre à ces millions d'êtres humains la dignité que d'autres leur ont volée? Nous devons réfléchir et trouver comment répondre concrètement à ces questions. Et enfin, construire l'avenir. Une société ne se grandit que lorsqu'elle regarde son passé en face et l'assume, lorsqu'elle tire les leçons de ses réussites, mais peut-être plus encore de ses faiblesses et de ses lâchetés. Jacques Chirac a dit que dans l'histoire de l'humanité, l'esclavage est une blessure. Et cette blessure a laissé dans nos sociétés une trace indélébile, le racisme. Le racisme qui n'a malheureusement rien perdu de son actualité, comme si le pire était toujours possible. Et c'est une vigilance totale. Nous devons aujourd'hui tous faire preuve. C'est une indignation intacte dont nous devons nous faire les porte-paroles quand nous y sommes confrontés. Défendre ceux qui sont aujourd'hui au nom de tous ceux qui ont été réduits au silence hier et agir concrètement pour penser les stigmates actuels des abominations passées. Soyons à la hauteur de ce devoir, œuvrons sans relâche pour rendre impossible le déni de la dignité d'autrui.
Merci. Thank you very much, Charles Michel, for sending the video. So the video was in French because many of our participants today are French speakers or bilingual. So you will have other panelists and speakers who will speak in French and or both in French and in English. So I will have another try. Is Younous connected now, or shall we start the first panel? No, he's not. So before Younous comes, Younous Omarjee, so the MP Younous Omarjee will start the first panel. So I will host that panel. I'm very honored as well to host it. The topic is recognizing the past. It's about the need for various forms of recognition, including acknowledgement, knowledge, public education, awareness raising, commemoration, etc., in Europe of the history of enslavement of African people and people from African descent, and the significances of this history to Europe, the enslaved, their descendants, and Africa, the continent. So to have the opening remarks, we were expecting Honorable Motley, the Prime Minister of Barbados, that I will introduce now. She is a Barbadian politician and attorney who is the current Prime Minister of Barbados and leader of Barbados Labour Party. Mrs. Motley is the first woman to hold either position. She has been the member of Parliament since 1994. From 1994 to 2008, she held a succession of ministerial portfolios, including the post of Attorney General of Barbados, becoming the first woman to be appointed as such. She is also a member of the Inter-American Dialogue. She was twice the leader of the opposition in the House of Assembly of Barbados. In 2018, the Motley-led BLP won a historic landslide victory in the general election, securing all 30 seats in the House, making them the first party to accomplish this feat, in addition to winning 72.8% of the popular vote, which is the highest share ever achieved by a party in a general election. She's also the former chair of Caricom. So her statement will be read by Honorable, the Minister of Culture, whose name, I'm sorry, I'm just getting the Honorable, let me get his name. I'm so sorry. Honorable John King, who is the Minister of Culture, because Prime Minister couldn't make it to attend. Thank you so much for reading her statement.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you on behalf of the people of Barbados and the government of Barbados. For more than 3 centuries, approximately 11 million Africans were shipped as slaves across the Atlantic to the West Indies and the American colonies. But even though slavery has come to be identified with the enslavement of Africans, that position ignores the long history and far-ranging scope of the institution. Human beings were enslaved since the beginning of time, and slavery existed in different forms, from chattel slavery to serfdom. However, the Atlantic slave trade was exceptional in that Black human beings were rooted from their native land and familial attachments and brought across the Atlantic and transplanted in alien and hostile lands where they were dehumanized and demonized, at least those who survived the perilous passage. For slavery to be understood as a global phenomenon, it must be analyzed beyond any particular national background in the light of numerous national and historical settings, rather than as an abstract model. To explain slavery as being a consequence of certain European ideas leading to the bondage for Africans is to ignore the glaring fact that slavery extended in time and space far beyond Europeans and Africans. For those of us in the Caribbean, the evolution of slavery and plantation society was instrumental in shaping the character of the Caribbean society, thereby leaving an indelible stamp on the growth, development, and aspirations of many Caribbean citizens. The complexities emanating from Caribbean slave systems still reverberate throughout the region, and understanding or appreciation of these dynamics is indispensable if one is to fully grasp the nature of future relations between the now liberated citizens and the descendants of the former slave masters. The history of slavery is replete with the pursuance of trade and economic returns based on the recognition that slave labor was invaluable to the success of European investment in the colonies. Eric Williams, a former Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago and a noted historian, observed that King Louis XIV of France stated on August 26, 1670, "There is nothing which contributes more to the development of the colonies and the cultivation of their soil than the laborious toil of Negroes." Eric Williams cogently delineates in Capitalism and Slavery the many factors that drove the relentless inhumanity of the Atlantic slave trade. The slave trade represented a serious decimation of African lives, and a leading planter of Santo Domingo commented that economic development had never been purchased at so high a price. Williams observed that the slave trade represented a wear and tear, a depreciation which no other trade equaled. The loss of an individual planter or trader was insignificant compared to the basic fact that losses on some voyages were as high as 34% of the cargo of slaves. Despite the incredible loss of life, the Atlantic slave trade became one of the most important business enterprises of the 17th and 18th centuries. At the same time, slavery and the plantation society created a demographic complex throughout the Caribbean, which established the divide and social cleavages in the communities that developed in individual islands. Throughout the Caribbean region, racial solidarity was systematically undermined by the social distinctions among the people of African descent, according to the degree of their racial mixture with whites as a result of sexual exploitation by the planter class. After lasting for thousands of years throughout the world, slavery was dismantled over a period of 100 years in the region and worldwide in another 200. Essentially, the devastation of this immoral institution came from a moral revulsion against slavery that began in the late 18th century in Great Britain, which was the largest slave trading nation of its day with highly profitable slave plantation colonies. The damage to Caribbean societies has been massive, and in some cases, seems irreparable. Slavery and the attitudes to race have been interrelated in many societies around the world. Where the enslaved were of a different race, that race tended to be despised. Slavery has therefore left a legacy of racial discrimination that persists long after slavery has been abolished. Race is one of the ways of defining and identifying groups of people in others' minds. In some societies, it is the most important way of separating people for differential treatment. While race is a biological concept for numerous people, it is a social reality. In the Caribbean, we are still fighting to assert our sovereignty in the face of negative listings, more popularly referred to before as blacklisting from the EU. Slavery's most significant legacy may be a painful insight into human nature, as well as a deeper look into the dreadful consequences of unbridled power as a means of accomplishing goals, particularly when those goals are pursued at all costs. Conversely, for the descendants of slaves, the most important legacy of slavery is a valued appreciation of freedom. We in the Caribbean have an acute sense of appreciation for self-determination and treasure the ability to chart the course of our social and economic journey. In this regard, it is particularly frustrating for us to do everything in our power to comply with rules that are arbitrarily implemented by the EU and be threatened with negative listing in the total absence of due process. The EU exemplifies the principle of one set of rules for developing states and another set for the developed economies. You only have to note the absence of jurisdictions like Delaware in the United States of America. Clearly, there's no place for self-determination when countries are placed in the invidious position of losing critical tax revenue in order to comply with EU directives. Even before its political independence 54 years ago, Barbados is a country that has always sought to manage its affairs with integrity and respect for the international law and norms. In short, the modus operandi of the EU demonstrates the same level of insensitivity that was intrinsic to the value systems of slavery, whereby slaves had no value as human beings, but their labor was weighed in terms of their value as plantation slaves or domestic slaves. Their ability to be productive with plantation crops or to take good care of the plantation owner or overseer and his family. Additionally, they had no voice, but we do have a voice in the current environment, and we intend to be heard. We will not be offensive, and we do expect to be treated fairly. An appreciation of world history which spans thousands of years, encompassing the rise and fall of empires, makes it difficult to believe in the superiority of any race or culture. History shows patterns, even if it does not provide formulae. Its facts are particularly pertinent when dealing with racial beliefs and issues where powerful emotions reign and where prejudice and bias have often been the norm. The intention to declare slavery as a crime against humanity is a step in the right direction, but as a fundamental level, people of African descent, even those with extreme high intellect, are still being disadvantaged because of their race. Prejudice prevails in too many places as a defining raison d'être that guards the door to the equal rights and justice of which we so many glibly speak. I hold the view that while we have made significant progress in some areas, that prejudice remains a dangerous beast because numerous individuals lack the honesty and courage to admit that their true innermost feelings, fear and embarrassment override candor, and we are left with a construct of dishonesty. The American Declaration of Independence affirms, we hold these truths to be self-evident, and that all men are created equal, that they are endowed with certain inalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. This grand statement, penned by Thomas Jefferson in 1776, embodying a philosophical benchmark of American democracy, rings hollow in the face of a need for affirmative chants like Black Lives Matter. After more than 2 centuries, there is still a monumental disconnect between the Black and white populace, thereby resulting in the needless loss of life as a consequence of the differences in responses to civil or criminal issues involving Blacks in America. The stigma attached to being Black in America still has deadly connotations. What is even more fundamental is the global support for the Black Lives Matter movement across racial boundaries. The charges and countercharges relating to the manifestations of structural racism in America are unsettling, but racism driven by fear and ignorance is a scourge we must confront and overcome. In the Caribbean, we have an obligation to ensure that our citizens are buttressed by the armor of education that provides protection from the pitfalls of ignorance. Slavery and its repercussions will continue to echo within our societies, and none of us should ignore that historical perspective. When we start to acknowledge the heinous nature of a dark time in our ancestors' traumatic experiences, we would have arrived at a point of catharsis. The challenge we currently face is how do we align and reconcile the realities of human existence with the philosophical expressions and aspirations of national and global organizations. There are no easy answers to these issues. In fact, in the words of the late African-American songwriter Johnny Nash, there are more questions than answers. I'm obliged to you.
Thank you very much for your very enlightening speech. Thank you for reminding that the roots of racism are tied with the will to exploit and to gain money. Thank you very much for speaking on the behalf of the Prime Minister. So I think that Younous Omarjee is here now.
Yes.
Okay. Hi. Bonjour, Younous. So you're the host of the event. You're the reason why we're all together today. So thank you for that. You're an MEP and the co-president of the Anti-Racism and Diversity Intergroup. So you will sometimes speak in French because we have some French-speaking speakers and our audience is mostly bilingual. Donc, Younous, vous êtes un membre du Parlement européen depuis janvier 2012. Vous êtes actuellement à la tête du comité pour le développement régional du Parlement européen. In the European Parliament, you sit within the group of the European Unitary Left, Nordic Green Left. MEP Omarjee, thank you for hosting this event and for being an engine behind the European Parliament recognition of slavery as a crime against humanity. Merci beaucoup, Younous Omarjee. Vous êtes à l'origine de cette reconnaissance historique de l'esclavage comme un crime contre l'humanité par le Parlement européen. Je vous laisse le micro.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
Really sorry, but I am actually in a negotiation meeting, so I don't have a lot of time. And that's why I am late. Je vais continuer en français. D'abord, pour te remercier, Rokhaya, d'avoir bien voulu accepter de contribuer à notre journée et aussi remercier toutes celles et tous ceux qui ont pris la parole avant moi. Dimitrios Papadimoulis, au nom du président du Parlement européen, David Sassoli. Le Parlement européen parraine officiellement cette journée, c'est important. Bien sûr, je veux saluer Madame Dalli, commissaire européenne, et puis combien nous sommes heureux de la participation de la haute commissaire Michel Bashley, ainsi que du représentant de la première ministre de Barbade. Et puis, vous avez vu la vidéo également de Monsieur Charles Michel, qui préside actuellement le Conseil européen. Je dis cela parce que toutes ces personnalités qui sont présentes aujourd'hui pour notre événement, en fait, signifient combien cette journée est pour nous, en tant qu'institution européenne, une journée historique, parce que c'est la première fois, en réalité, que les institutions européennes célèbrent la journée du 2 décembre. Et nous l'avons obtenu lors d'un vote en plénière au Parlement européen, comme cela a été rappelé. Ce fut une des dispositions de la résolution du Parlement européen qui a été votée en juin dernier à la suite des manifestations antiracistes survenues après la mort violente de George Floyd. Pour nous, évidemment, la lutte pour la reconnaissance des injustices passées de la colonisation et de l'esclavage n'est pas une lutte récente. Vous savez que je viens de l'île de la Réunion, qui est une île de l'outre-mer français, qui a connu un long passé esclavagiste. Et comme disait quelqu'un qui m'est très cher, Paul Vergès, nous sommes un peuple qui est né d'un crime contre l'humanité. Et c'est pourquoi nous avons toujours, dans ce Parlement européen, auprès des institutions européennes, milité pour que cela soit reconnu, pour que l'esclavage soit reconnu par les institutions européennes comme un crime contre l'humanité. Et nous nous étions mobilisés il y a de très nombreuses années et nous nous étions fracassés sur un refus, sur une opposition, sur en réalité beaucoup de parlementaires et d'États qui ne comprenaient pas que cette histoire est une histoire européenne. Et c'est aujourd'hui, en 2020, que cette reconnaissance a lieu. Ça montre donc le chemin qui a été parcouru dans le travail de conviction, mais aussi, je crois, dans la prise de conscience d'un certain nombre de questions qui sont rattachées à cette question de l'esclavage. Et sans doute que le contexte très particulier de l'aggravation des violences policières aux USA, le crime raciste de George Floyd, a aussi contribué à l'ouverture d'un certain nombre d'esprits ici en Europe. Il y a eu un contexte d'actualité qui a favorisé cela. Mais nous ne devons pas nous faire trop d'illusions. Il y a encore à accomplir un travail extrêmement important pour déconstruire finalement un univers mental qui, en Europe, est toujours bien ancré et qui rejette très loin l'examen attentif, exhaustif, rationnel de cette histoire européenne qui est celle de l'histoire de l'esclavage. En tout cas, je suis très heureux que les institutions européennes aujourd'hui souhaitent accompagner ces évolutions sociales et le Parlement européen salue la reconnaissance par la Commission européenne de beaucoup de questions qui étaient dans notre résolution et qui figurent aujourd'hui dans le plan d'action de lutte contre le racisme qui a été récemment publié par la Commission. C'est un pas qui va dans la bonne direction. Un des problèmes qui sous-tendent la flambée des actes racistes en Europe actuellement, et on en a eu malheureusement encore une triste démonstration en France il y a quelques jours avec l'attaque contre Michel, une violence policière, c'est sans doute la méconnaissance de l'histoire du continent et une narration officielle faussée par des siècles de récits nationaux qui cachent sur le dos de qui s'est construit la prospérité des puissances européennes du passé. Et cette histoire de l'esclavage, en réalité, continue à la fois de marquer les esprits, mais de marquer les sociétés européennes, comme de tracer les lignes de fracture à l'échelle mondiale. Et c'est de tout cela dont il faut discuter, c'est sur tout cela qu'il faut aller plus loin dans les travaux de recherche. Et si nous souhaitons réparer les divisions sociales et les représentations erronées, notre tâche est de promouvoir finalement l'éducation, la recherche, la culture sur toute cette partie de l'histoire qui a été volontairement occultée. Et je le dis souvent, ce qui nous menace en réalité, c'est beaucoup moins ce qu'on appelle le choc des civilisations, c'est le choc des incultures, comme disait Jacques Chirac. Et c'est l'inculture sur cette partie de l'histoire qui souvent explique le déchaînement ensuite de violence. Ce sont des questions donc très sérieuses et il est fondamental de les aborder aujourd'hui publiquement pour que l'on puisse avancer en dépassant l'ignorance, la peur, la haine. Je ne peux malheureusement pas rester plus longtemps avec vous parce qu'on m'attend dans la salle de négociation, puisque nous avons fait un break le temps que je vienne vous rencontrer, mais simplement vous dire que c'est un moment symbolique pour nous, journée marquée ici au Parlement européen du 2 décembre. C'est vraiment un moment important qui, j'espère, par les discussions que vous aurez cet après-midi, vont permettre d'enclencher par la suite une série d'actions, une série de travaux. Et je remercie l'intergroupe ARDI, évidemment, pour tout le travail qui a été fait, à la fois pour l'organisation de cette journée, mais aussi dans les positions que nous ne cessons de formuler auprès des institutions européennes pour que nous progressions dans les objectifs que nous nous sommes fixés. Voilà, je suis désolé de devoir dire, mais il m'est impossible de faire autrement et je vous remercie et à toutes. Bientôt.
Merci beaucoup, Younous Omarjee, d'avoir à la fois organisé cette journée. Merci d'avoir rappelé l'importance des contributions des uns et des autres, des unes et des autres. Et merci d'avoir fait ce crochet pour venir nous parler malgré les missions importantes qui vous attendent. Nous allons donc reprendre le cours des discussions. We're going back to what we were speaking about just before, to the panel number 1, which name is Recognizing the Past. I will start by introducing the speakers, and then I will ask you a few questions. We're running a little late, so we may have less time than expected. So the first speaker is Dr. Is Dr. Pierrette Herzberger Fofana. So you are MEP, co-president of ARDI. You're the first woman of African descent to be elected to the European Parliament from Germany. You are the first vice president of the Development Committee. You are also a dedicated advocate for equality and human rights. You were previously, prior to be MEP, a local councillor in your hometown, Erlangen. Professor Françoise Vergès, you are a writer, a public educator, and an anti-racist feminist activist. Growing up in an intellectual, anti-colonial, and feminist family in Réunion Island, a French post-colony, you have lived in Algeria, France, Mexico, USA, and the UK. Following your PhD in political theory from Berkeley University, you have taught in the UK and in the USA. You were the president of the French National Committee for the Memory and History of Slavery. Professor Olivette Otele, you are Professor of History of Slavery and Memory of Enslavement at the University of Bristol. You are a Fellow and Vice President of the Royal Historical Society. You are also the Chair of Bristol's Commission of Racial Equality. You hold a PhD from Université Paris, La Sorbonne, in France. Your area of research is colonial and post-colonial history and histories of people of African descent. And last but not least, Professor Ahmed Reid, you are a member of the UN Working Group of Experts on People of African Descent and Associate Professor of Caribbean History in the University of New York. You received your PhD in Social and Economic History from the University of Hull, England. Your research interest includes Caribbean economic and social history, comparative slavery, the transatlantic trade, in African reparation. Thank you to all of you for being here. My first question is to Dr. Pierrette Herzberger-Fofana. What is your reflection on the importance of recognizing the past injustices? Actually, do you think the EU institutions have done enough to recognize the history of enslavement? And what steps have been made by you and your fellow MEPs in this direction? Bonjour, Dr. Pierrette Herzberger-Fofana. I think your mic is mute.
Oh,
yes.
Okay. I'm sorry. Is it? It's not mute? Ça va? Ça marche?
Thank
Okay.
you.
Alors, tout d'abord, je remercie mon collègue Younous de me faire participer à cette grande manifestation qui est vraiment unique ici au Parlement européen. Mais je voudrais d'abord dire, avant de reconnaître ces injustices, nous devons savoir à quelle injustice nous avons affaire. Et je pense qu'en tant que député représentant donc l'Allemagne, il est aussi important que je mette en évidence l'implication de l'Allemagne dans l'esclavage. Car très peu de gens le savent, mais l'Allemagne a également été impliquée dans l'esclavage sous une autre forme. Et je vous ai préparé une petite PowerPoint que je souhaiterais vous montrer. En effet, nous avons eu durant du 12e jusqu'au 19e siècle, de nombreux enfants ont été kidnappés en Afrique et ou bien ils ont été souvent donnés en gage ou offerts, tout simplement. Alors, je vais vous montrer, par exemple, le cas de ceux qui ont été offerts, tous ces enfants qui ont été ainsi offerts en Allemagne. Et donc, à mon avis, il faut d'abord reconnaître et savoir de quoi on parle. Donc, c'est le destin tragique de ces enfants qui vivaient comme ce qu'on a appelé un terme qui est vraiment presque révoltant. On les appelait, en allemand on disait Lustknaben und Lustmädchen, les enfants de la volupté. Et ces enfants de la volupté qui ont été kidnappés en Afrique vivaient donc dans les cours royales. Et c'est un peu cette histoire cachée de tous ces jeunes enfants qui étaient présentés sous l'euphémisme très élogieux, je dirais presque, un euphémisme élogieux de page. Alors, vous avez ici la première, une petite fille de 12 ans, Mahbouba, qui a été donc enlevée. Elle a été achetée par un prince en Allemagne et elle avait 12 ans et amenée donc à travers plusieurs pays. Et finalement, elle est morte aussi en Allemagne. On a retrouvé sa tombe en 2004, ou bien un autre aussi qui a été offert à... voilà. Il avait été en 1836. Donc, le destin donc tragique de ces enfants-là qui ont vécu et qui n'est pas du tout connu soulève de nombreuses réflexions sur la question donc des descendants de tous ces enfants noirs oubliés des livres d'histoire, de l'école et de la conscience collective. À travers, on peut dire vraiment que très souvent aussi la porte du non-retour, c'est la porte par laquelle les enfants ont quitté l'Afrique. Très souvent, c'était à partir du Sénégal, l'île de Gorée, ou bien à partir du Ghana aussi, et qu'à travers cette porte du non-retour, les fils et les filles d'Afrique ont été envoyés comme cela en Europe. Donc, je suis particulièrement heureuse que l'Union européenne reconnaisse donc le 2 décembre comme la journée consacrée à l'abolition de l'esclavage, car ce devoir de mémoire va nous permettre d'extirper les racines du racisme afin que le racisme ne se développe plus jamais. Enfin, qu'il ne se développe plus, au moins qu'il n'apparaisse plus de façon aussi flagrante. Et c'est dans l'esprit donc de la mise en œuvre de la décennie internationale des personnes d'ascendance africaine que nous voulons donner à ces héros, occulter et reconnaître cette tragédie humaine. Et comme l'a dit tout à l'heure mon collègue, c'est un travail de recherche que nous effectuons avec de nombreuses personnes en Allemagne. Et ainsi, nous répondons à l'une des exigences de la décennie qui est reconnaissance et justice. Relier le passé et le présent, c'est comme je l'ai dit en une plénière, que le racisme structurel est en fait le résultat d'une structure colonialiste oppressive. Et nous ne pouvons pas parler de la violence passée sans être courageux et sans aussi parler de toutes ces manifestations de racisme qui ont eu lieu récemment, mais qui ont toujours eu lieu. On ne doit pas faire comme si c'était tout nouveau, parce que le racisme, en tant qu'idéologie, est profondément enraciné et se perpétue de génération en génération. Alors, qu'avons-nous fait avec nos collègues, avec le bureau ARDI, avec la Commission européenne? Nous avons finalement réussi à élaborer ce fameux plan d'action contre le racisme. Il a été donc présenté par la présidente de la Commission au mois de septembre, et nous, personnellement, nous sommes très heureuses de savoir que très bientôt, nous allons avoir ici, au niveau de l'Europe, un coordinateur ou une coordinatrice contre le racisme, et probablement, et l'an prochain, aussi Madame Dalli l'a dit tout à l'heure, en 2021, nous allons avoir ce fameux sommet, et là, nous allons encore avancer. Avancer signifie que nous allons travailler sur une résolution pour nous attaquer au racisme structurel, y compris la brutalité policière à l'encontre des Noirs en Europe. Et l'on sait que cette brutalité-là a parfois des conséquences, comme on l'a vu récemment en France. Non pas pour pointer le doigt sur la police, mais pour pouvoir arriver à des solutions qui vont être appropriées afin que le dialogue entre les représentants de l'ordre et le citoyen normal puisse se faire dans un espace de cohésion sociale. Voilà, c'est à peu près ce que je voulais dire en gros, et je crois que j'ai répondu à vos questions. Peut-être que... Oui.
Merci beaucoup. Il y aura d'autres questions, il y aura les questions du public. Donc, je vous remercie pour cette première réponse, pour cette première réponse, cette présentation. L'idée, c'est que la parole circule et puis on reviendra vers vous. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup.
Deuxième question pour Françoise Vergès. Bonjour Françoise Vergès.
Bonjour.
My question is not the recognition of the past of enslavement a recognition of the present as well, a present that still divides humanity between lives that matter and lives that do not matter?
Well, thank you, Rokaya. Thank you for everyone there. Of course, it's a very important meeting, as many of us have said. As I have been working on slave trade and slavery for a long time already now, and of course, it's the history of my island, the same island as Younous Omarjee's island, Réunion. I always want to be clear about certain things, and I want to thank, of course, Pierrette Ezerberg-Fofana to reminding us that slavery and slave trade, when we talk about Europe, we are not talking about just, England, France, Spain, and Portugal, which come up almost spontaneously when we think about slave trade and slavery, but also, of course, 4 other countries like Sweden, Germany, Holland, Denmark, and other countries like, Sweden for the iron industry, Germany. All these countries benefited from the slave trade and slavery. And also, we have to remember that the whole European country also consume sugar, consume coffee, indigo, and cotton. And they always serve industrialization and the wealth, accumulated wealth, but also the well-being, a better life for a lot of Europeans. It's also slavery for me. It's are the fabrication of vulnerability to premature death that we still see today. That is, you know, if you are born non-white, you are, of course, I mean, there is a possibility, a greatest possibility for you to die prematurely. And we have seen it again with the pandemic today. I mean, at this moment, who have been, you know, dying are the poor and the non-white people. So the past is indeed the present, you know. There have been no real, I mean, decolonization has to continue. We have not fully accomplished decolonization. There is still an impunity, and we see in Europe the, you know, emergence and the resurgence of far-right parties with ideology as deeply racist and patriarchal and sexist. So the past is still indeed the present. The ideology of anti-blackness, with its intersection between sexism and racism, the practice of making people's lives vulnerable, precarious, and fragile, not only people with black skin, but Roma, Arab, Muslim, migrant, refugees, continue to rule policy. Islamophobia and anti-black racism brings a certain Europe together. You know, all this ritual, European ritual of accusing Muslim and black people to the great replacement, as a certain, you know, far-right Frenchman has said. Daily report confirmed that this is a present. Impunity of crime committed by the police against black and Arab people, the structural and systemic racism, the exploitation of migrant workers, the inhuman treatment of minors without papers, the violence against refugee and migrant, of women and men without paper, the sexual harassment of women migrants who work in the farms that feed Europe, the exploitation of non-white women in the care and cleaning industry, all these women and men without whom European society will not function properly. The daily list of those who die at sea or on the border of Europe or fortress Europe. Again, that division between lives that matter and lives that are made disposable and surplus continue. So this is not effectively about opinion. It's about a structural racism. And I have been always interested mostly about the situation of women, the way the gender also has been racialized. We talk about colonialism and the damage and wound, which are still not being repaired. We can think about Frantz Fanon, who talk also about the psychic dimension of the wound made by racism. It's not only the material discrimination, it's also the psychic dimension. Racism kills the body and kills the soul, the spirit. It criminalizes even childhood. You know, black children, Arab children, Roma children are not allowed to be children, they are criminalized. And imperialism today continues to bring devastation. So we have to listen also to the voice of black feminism, feminists, of decolonial feminists in this question. Because as I say again, in the term of the past is still the present. We still see the way in which black and brown female body are being treated throughout the world. They are being killed, they are being tortured, they are being raped, they are being exploited. So we have to look very much carefully through this long history to see that it has not been abolished. Abolition work is still going on.
Thank you very much, Françoise. We'll come back to you afterwards. Merci beaucoup. The next question is to Professor Olivette Otele. Bonjour.
Bonjour à tous.
Bonjour, bonjour. You studied in France and you teach today in the UK. My question is, how do universities deal with the history of slavery in Britain and beyond? And how, you know, how is there a difference between the country and is it?
Well, thank you very much for having me today. Juste avant que je commence à répondre en anglais, je voudrais juste dire un petit mot à Madame Pierrette parce que je suis née au Cameroun et le Cameroun était une colonie allemande et bien avant le 19e siècle, avant ces enfants kidnappés, il y avait le royaume de Brandenburg qui a commencé à essayer de de s'associer à d'autres nations pour justement commencer la traite et c'était assez pitoyable comme tentative, donc ils se sont alliés avec les Hollandais, et ça n'a toujours pas marché. Mais bon, c'est une longue histoire et je ne vais pas commencer à en parler maintenant, mais je vais surtout répondre à la question et en pointant plusieurs choses. So I'm going to just switch to English now. So in the last 2 decades or so, universities in the global north have been really looking at the role they played in the enslavement of people of African descent. So you have in 2006, Brown University published a report about their links with the transatlantic enslavement. In 2011, you have Emory University that had the first conference on the history of, and legacy of slavery in higher education. Other initiatives, of course, followed. More universities turned to the question. And in 2013, you have the University of Virginia set up a consortium called Universities Against Slavery. It has now grown and now counts roughly 71 universities in the US, the UK, and Canada. Now, each institution has its own very own way of dealing with the question. In the US, some institutions were set up directly with the money acquired by selling enslaved people. Others used enslaved labor within the university. In Britain, so far, the question is mostly about which individuals made donations to the university and what their ties were with the trade in African captives and with plantation economy. So the University of Glasgow was the precursor on the matter, but the University of Edinburgh has also been working on the question. But it's not just about whose funds are tainted. It is also about who received compensation money from the British government after the abolition of the slave trade for the loss of their called property, meaning enslaved people. So it was for Britain about £20 million. In today's money, it's several billion pounds that was given to plantation owners, and how they then use that money to fund universities, cultural institutions, or acquire stately homes, and so on. So British taxpayer, basically, including the descendants of enslaved people, continue to pay that debt until 2015. That is just one aspect of the question, really. The other aspect is who gets to do that research. And at the core of this question is the lack of representation of people of African descent in British universities, especially those working on the question of colonial enslavement and its legacies, as well as the very low number of people of African descent in history classes at university level. So the reason for that are a lot to do with racism and lack of role models. Black teachers from primary school to higher education, highlighted by, and that question really has been highlighted by the report, Race and Ethnicity reports by the Royal Historical Society. And the report is online, and I'm inviting you to read it. So the final answer to your question is how university interact with the broader society and the question of responsibility and global citizenship. For example, how can one be a civic university and engage or not with racial inequalities and lead or support the fight against racism from within and outside their walls?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you for reminding us of the long story of successive colonization in Cameroon. The floor is now to Professor Ahmed Raid. My question is, when we think about past atrocity and especially about the trade in enslaved Africans and slavery, how widespread was the trade in Europe? In other words, can you tell us about the nature of Europe's involvement? Hi.
Thank you for that question, and thanks again for the opportunity to be a part of this esteemed panel and this event. The broad outlines of the trade in enslaved African is known, but I think it is worth repeating if we are going to break the wall of silence that surrounds the trade. And so let me just begin quickly with a quote from the Nobel laureate Elie Wiesel, which says that the executioner kills twice, the second time with silence. And the reason why I start this way is because the disavowal of the past is still an active process. The violent uprooting, we know, dislocation, dehumanization, brutalization, and exploitation of over 15 million enslaved Africans, including men, women, and children. And children as young as 6 years old were violently uprooted, and millions carried the psychological scars to the Americas. It's also important to note, as one speaker mentioned earlier and explored the list of countries involved, so I will not go through those, but that the trade in enslaved Africans was a state-sanctioned capitalist venture. Exclusive licenses were granted to state-sponsored companies, such as the Royal African Company, Royal Adventures, South Sea Company, Denmark, Norway's Royal Charter Danish West Indies Company, and the list goes on. This lucrative and highly profitable venture attracted some of Europe's most notable monarchs, such as King George I of the United Kingdom, King Christian IV of Denmark, and King Gustav of Sweden, all of whom we know invested in and profited from the trade. And of course, the Royal African Company was chaired by the Duke of York, who was nephew to the then king, and members of the royal family were prominent investors in the trade. These countries, we know, created sites of exploitation in the Caribbean, and together they conceptualized and used enslaved African labor as its principal mode of production. And as Eric Williams has pointed in Capitalism and Slavery, it was the exploitation of Black bodies that provided the impetus for Europe's industrial advancement. I will not go over Sweden's role, as the first speaker mentioned, but it's also important to look at countries like Switzerland. Now, Switzerland may not have been a direct trader, but Switzerland participated as investors and suppliers of goods and materials that serviced enslavement. And according to data provided by Swiss historian Hans Fassler, Swiss city-states, traded companies, banks, families, enterprises, and private individuals participated in and profited from commercial activities linked to the trade. The city of Bern and Bern banking houses were the biggest single investor in the South Sea companies, and over 100 plantation owners throughout the Caribbean, and I could list them, had Swiss backgrounds. But it's also important as we look at the trade and from the trade and looking at the past to flag some financial institutions that their founding and profitability rests squarely on the exploitation of Black bodies. I could start with the Bank of England, which had 29 directors and governors who had links to enslavement. Lloyd's, this financial powerhouse had 13 members, founding members, and chairmen who were also linked to enslavement. There is also Barclays Bank through its founders and mergers, but most importantly, one important merger would be with the Colonial Bank in 1836. That merger as well signified and enshrined that link to enslavement. There's also HSBC through its through Thomas Leyland, again through mergers. You have the Royal Bank of Scotland with its link also to enslavement. You had Barings Bank, which is now defunct, also linked to enslavement. So it's important when we talk about the past, and we have to acknowledge and we begin to realize that these institutions, countries as well as financial institutions, were a part of this global capitalist enterprise that was geared towards and centered around the exploitation of Black bodies at this point in time. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the very interesting presentation. The second round of questions before it goes back to the public is about it goes back to Pierrette Herzberger Fofana. what is your reflection on the importance of recognizing the past? So I'm sorry, it's the same question. So what do you think is still needed to be achieved at the level of EU, policy and legislation to create conditions to fight for racial justice? Could you speak about that as an MEP yourself? So the question is to Dr. Pierre Herzberger Fofana.
C'était votre question en anglais ou en français, mais je n'ai pas bien entendu la question.
La question, c'est qu'est-ce qu'il faut encore accomplir au niveau des politiques européennes et de la législation européenne, créer les conditions pour permettre l'égalité raciale.
Ah, okay. Donc, j'ai parlé tout à l'heure que la première condition qui a été, enfin, que nous avons pensé, c'était tout d'abord la mise en place d'un coordinateur, parce qu'avec la mise en place, tout d'abord, nous allons mettre la question du racisme au cœur des débats. Parce que jusqu'ici, la plupart des personnes sont convaincues, au moins en Europe, que non, le racisme, ça n'existe pas vraiment. Ce sont les trois, on se fait des idées, on n'est pas très sûr. Mais c'est une question, le racisme, il existe, on le subit, et de dénier le racisme, ça ne donne absolument rien du tout. Alors, qu'est-ce que nous pouvons faire? Nous avons déjà eu des résolutions, il y a eu plusieurs résolutions, 2 résolutions qui ont été mentionnées, et ce que nous souhaitons maintenant, c'est peut-être mettre l'accent sur certaines études, les études par exemple sur la violence policière, qui est un problème, nous l'avons dans tous les pays d'Europe, que ce soit en Allemagne, en France c'était récemment, non pas pour, comme peut-être que je l'avais aussi mentionné, non pas pour pointer du doigt, mais afin que l'on puisse parvenir à ce que ce racisme-là ne continue plus au XXIe siècle, parce que c'est pratiquement incroyable que l'on vive ce que l'on vit, que nous vivons aujourd'hui, ce que nos ancêtres ont vécu, ce qui en fait à mon avis, n'a pas absolument de sens. Évidemment, sur le plan de la législation, pour l'Union européenne, elle peut surtout faire des recommandations, mais on doit faire appel à nos États membres. Et c'est là que nous focalisons. Par exemple, je prends encore le cas de l'Allemagne, puisque c'est là que j'ai vécu le plus longtemps et que c'est là que je connais vraiment comment la question du racisme se pose. Lorsque nous avons demandé à ce que l'on mette que l'on ait au moins un débat sur la question de ce qu'on appelle le profilage racial, le délit de faciès qui existe toujours, et comment faire pour que cela cesse. Nous avons demandé une étude, l'étude a d'abord été refusée, notre gouvernement l'a refusée, et là, nous essayons, dans la mesure du possible, d'avoir avec les pays membres des débats, des réunions, et finalement, il y a déjà un point, au moins en ce qui concerne l'Allemagne, il va y avoir cette fameuse étude. Au niveau maintenant de l'Union européenne, même, comme je l'ai dit, elle n'est pas compétente pour traiter aussi la discrimination institutionnelle, mais on parvient quand même à ce que les responsables politiques doivent trouver des solutions avec les partenaires, avec la société civile et aussi avec les institutions qui, malheureusement, sont les institutions qui trop souvent qui sont peut-être critiquées à tort ou à raison, mais au moins ce sont toujours à cause d'elles que le racisme est encore mis sur pied. Alors, il va falloir combler peut-être certaines lacunes, utiliser bien sûr de l'argent, mettre des budgets pour que ces études-là aient lieu, et aussi l'éducation. Moi, je pense que la forme la plus appropriée, l'une des formes, il y a tellement de formes, il y a tellement de choses à faire, l'une des formes les plus appropriées aussi, c'est l'éducation. L'éducation, c'est aussi dans certains États, personnellement dans nos États membres, impliquer plus d'enseignants issus de l'immigration, parce que c'est une chose qui est pratiquement, bon, en France, on n'a pas le même problème, mais quand je prends mon cas personnel, qui a travaillé 30 ans à l'université et que j'ai été pendant 30 ans la seule femme noire, ce n'est pas normal. Hein. Et donc, c'est dans ce sens-là que nous devons essayer de travailler l'éducation, plus de professeurs issus de l'immigration, afin que toutes les sensibilités puissent être reconnues au sein des pays et au sein des institutions. Je pense que c'est déjà un premier pas si nous parvenons vraiment à ce qu'on appelle la diversité, et cette diversité doit être aussi présente dans les institutions, comme par exemple ici le Parlement européen et toutes les autres institutions en Europe.
Merci beaucoup. Merci pour votre réponse. Ma prochaine question est pour Françoise Vergès. Recognition transform the present and the future. How do we link recognition and reparation?
Also content we give to, oh, sorry. It's okay?
Ouais. Le micro est coupé, mais merci beaucoup.
It depends what content we put into recognition. We know that in France, the 2001 law recognizing slave trade and slavery as crime against humanity, I mean, the government then forbade that we will speak about reparation. Reparation was not in the law. So the question, I mean, there was recognition, but not full recognition. And of course, all the debate about the Haiti, what, France has taken from Haiti, has stolen from Haiti, was refused. So it depends also what we mean by recognition. There was also a problem that exists also in France, but I do think also in the UK, but Professor Otele could speak about that the rhetoric is about Europe gave the abolition. Europe finally gave, liberty and freedom. And it was not, like the struggle for centuries, the daily struggle of Black women and Black men everywhere who died for it and who wanted liberty, dignity, and equality that brought the end of slavery everywhere. So also we have to the recognition, but the content we give to recognition, the acknowledgement of resistance, of incredible resistance, that Haiti was really the revolution of the 18th century, which gave full meaning to the word of liberty, equality, and fraternity. It was an anti-colonial, anti-racist, and anti-slavery revolution. It was not just like the French, American, or British Revolution. So that's, we have to really understand what was content. And then I want to, in Discourse on Colonialism, Aimé Césaire spoke about what he called the return effect of slavery and colonialism in Europe. The fact that you cannot have racial laws over there without it coming back to Europe and insinuating itself, what we call structural racism, but even into progressive ideology, like, communism, because he said to the French, he was a member of the French Communist Party, and he said, you want fraternity, but as long as you are the big brother. Even in feminism also, how white feminists in Europe thought that they will civilize women. They understood fully what it meant, right, without, of course, erasing the story of the women fighting for their rights. So this is first, what I would want to say. And then effectively recognition without reparation for me is really an anti-gesture. In France, for instance, and Professor Otele was talking about UK, but in France, we still have no study about compensation. It's being refused. And effectively, the university, you don't teach. And I give quite often talk in high school or colleges, and the incredible ignorance still in 2020. And the fact that even it's in the textbook and it's no longer in the textbook, and sometimes it is, and sometimes it is not, and sometimes it's, just a marginal thing, a marginal chapter. So there is no understanding for the kids today, still today, what is racism about and where it's coming from. So of course the university follow, but then in art, in culture, it's not a knowledge also what, how Europe stole from Africa and other indigenous people everywhere. All this museum full of stolen art. That's part also of the a need for reparation. So it's indeed high time for reparation. It is also a global question because we do know, and some work, studies have been made, that the destruction of environment started with slavery and started with slave trade. And the African continent, the impact on the environment and on the demography, on the population on African continent was huge. And of course, the destruction of the Caribbean island, of Brazil, of United States, of Réunion Island, of Martinique and Guadeloupe, it's huge. So for me, reparation is also about environmental justice, reproductive justice, decolonization of education, of science, of knowledge, of institution. It's very important that we know that if it is we give the thickness to the question of what, that we have to confront how racism is not just an opinion, as you were saying, Madame Esberg Fofana and Professor Otele, it's there, or also what Professor Reid say. It's there, and in terms of recognition, we have also to be careful to really say it's not the past, chapter closed. And we have just to repair, we have to say, sorry, apology. No, it's about today. It's about effectively men and women being beaten in the street. I mean, people dying at sea or on the border of Europe, children not having access to education, women having not access to education. And as Madame Fofana was, suggesting things, I would also suggest, of course, education is absolutely fundamental. But education, and as you say, that we see Switzerland, we see Sweden, we see Denmark, we see Holland, we see all the cartography of, the connection and the link that and how it lasted century. It was not a short chapter. And how it's still today, the North-South divide, the underdevelopment of Africa, as we have said. But also I will say that something, I remember when I was president of the National Committee for the History and Memory of Slavery, we suggested to have an exhibition that will take from the European collection in the museum, of the National Museum, how artists represented, how slavery and slave trade was represented by European artists. And this is absolutely possible. It's just to ask National Museum what is in your collection. Because culture representation was also very important in disseminating the idea of Black inferiority and also the legitimacy, the naturalness of the plantation regime. So these are things that can be done right now. And we have to think about reparation very deeply. And we do know that, since I'm from a French overseas department, that this department, Martinique, Guadeloupe, Réunion, and Guyana, which were a slave society, are still population very poor, under the poverty level, high level of illiteracy, high level of unemployment, problem of access to health, a lot, like every slave, post-slave society, high rate of diabetes, hypertension, this is health problem, it's education problem, it's employment problem. And the Caricom at one point had a program of reparation. And I think they are very concrete things, because the question of reparation is very old. It started with the first revolt by the enslaved.
Merci beaucoup, Françoise, pour cette réponse affirmative, argumentée. Ma prochaine question est pour le professeur Olivette Otele. How has the death of George Floyd and subsequent demonstrations shaped conversations about slavery in British City? And to what extent have grassroots organizations and public debates contributed to conversations about the school curriculum in Britain?
Thank you again. Professor Vergès made a mention about, bringing those realities from the past to our present, because the consequences are dire. Many of us are still grappling with the fact that we still need to teach over and over those stories. So the question of slavery and the legacies of slavery in particular, stark inequalities and discrimination within a country that has, officially strove to promote cultural diversity, has been a hotly debated issue for decades in the UK. So I'm going to go back to the city of Bristol because this is where I teach. That city has been at war with itself with regards to how the past should be remembered in urban landscape. So after the killing of George Floyd, the question was not just debated within those cities such as Bristol that you saw on the news with the toppling of the statue of slave trader Edward Colston. Other regions in the UK also looked at the question, Scotland, but also Wales, from the capital city Cardiff to very rural places like Carmarthenshire. You saw a number of demonstrations against this brutality and violence. And this is really crucial because it was not about the sizable number of people of African descent living in those places. It wasn't about that at all. It was about a new generation of young activists, mostly white, in their late teens, early 20s, are highly connected to the rest of the world, who led, they were led by a sense of outrage and utter outrage in some areas. In some cases, they were determined to challenge the established order and the ways in which the stories of the past have been presented to them so far. So there was a lot of anger there. Some of them consider that they've been lied to in a way. So there's a strong movement that is currently forcing institutions in the UK to reconsider the way they tell the story and they teach the story. And the movement is mostly led, and has been led for quite some time now, by students as well as grassroots organizations. In fact, in some places from London, Cardiff, Bristol, you have a correlation between students and grassroots organization, and in some instances with the support of various political parties. In the UK, you have the Labour Party, Green Party, Liberal Democrats, and in instances you have students and grassroots organizations forcing politicians to consider questions such as reparations, considering alternative ways to teach the histories of the past by drawing on the expertise of people from the communities and community-led organization. And it is important for me at this point, really, to mention a specific report that was released just a couple of days ago, 3 days ago. And it is an audit about monuments and generally memorials associated with the slave trade and slavery in Wales. Wales is a region of Britain. And the report is online and available for all to read. And it is an important one. It's just phase one of a very long and difficult conversation that is going to start. So in this report, you have from street names, statues, and so on being put into the report. But it is the first, I think, of its kind in Britain. And it was a huge privilege for me to be asked to contribute to that work. So Wales is my home, and I work alongside, for that report, alongside community activists and scholars from Wales. So while we are reflecting on these points, I want to invite people to see that it's not just a shift in mentality, but it's also a recognition of a long story or long history of resistance, transnational collaborations, Black activism that has led to these moments of reckoning. So Françoise Vergès was mentioning Haiti. Well, there's a long story that carried on after Haiti and people of African descent fighting for that history to be sought and recognized. And, it's bearing some fruits in 21st century Britain because you have young white people taking on the fight as well. I would also want to invite people to think about the various forms of activism that blur the lines between scholarly activism and grassroots activism. I'm thinking about racial capitalism as defined by Frederick Robinson, and the way Black bodies, we know, have been commodified in the past, for example, in sports and music, and how people of African descent in those industries have been exploited, and how they have reclaimed that exploitation in many ways. I'm going to give you an example, and to finish there, I'm thinking about Formula One world champion Lewis Hamilton's new commission. I'm thinking about football player Marcus Rashford initiative to provide food for school children, free meal school campaign, and how he had basically forced the British government to reconsider its stance just a few weeks ago. So I'm hopeful, optimistic, very cautiously so, but I'm hopeful.
Thank you very much for being hopeful. I think we're united today to try to find reasons for being hopeful. So my last question before we open the floor to the audience is to Professor Ahmed Reid. How can the International Decade for People of African Descent and the Durban Declaration and Program of Action be used to address some of the contemporary issues facing us?
Thank you again for the question. Let me start by encouraging those who are tuned in today to read paragraphs 13 and 14 of the Durban Declaration and Program of Action. And what it points to is something that the High Commissioner expressed clearly in her speech earlier, that the trade in enslaved African and colonialism and slavery are crimes against humanity, and that these crimes are among the major sources and manifestations of racism, racial discrimination, and related intolerance. Next year is 20 years that will be since the Durban Declaration, and what Durban has pointed to is the clear connection between poverty and racism. And we know from our work and studies that the history of slavery has left behind a phenomenal legacy. And this legacy we continue to see on a daily basis. So one quick thing that Durban recommends, the Durban Declaration recommends, and I'll just flag that right now, is that it calls on states to establish and implement without delay and develop comprehensive national action plans to tackle racism. And so as we move into year 20, celebrate the 20th anniversary of Durban, to date, there are only 14 EU member states that have dedicated action plans against racism and racial discrimination and related intolerance. So the point I want to make at this here is that as we move forward, European countries have so far never apologized and properly acknowledged this crime against humanity. We have had statements of regret. We have had many statements of regret, but we have never had an apology and a commitment to reparations as a result. And it's clear that there are many countries within Europe that doesn't want to remember the atrocities that were committed. The other thing, as it relates to the International Decade, that we have done in the working group, and you see this clearly in the program of activities, and I think it was Professor Otel who talked about this earlier, the importance of education. The decade points to and promotes and encourages member states to review textbooks and educational materials and to ensure that they accurately reflect historical facts as they relate to past tragedies and atrocities such as enslavement, the trade in enslaved Africans, and colonialism. And this is critical, and I'm going to tell you why this is critical. A couple months ago, there was a YouGov poll in the UK, which reveals that 30% of Britons believe colonies, or those people living in the colonies, former colonies, were better off as part of the British Empire. They thought, and more so, that they also were likely to say that they would still like this 30%, still like to have an empire, and that people from anywhere else, and this despite the atrocities that were committed under British colonialism, and there were many. Now, the results of this YouGov poll, the results are alarming, and what the results betray is a deep ignorance about the realities of the British Empire, and also the lasting effects of colonialism, not only for people of African descent in Britain, but also people of African descent in the former colonies. And what the research points to, and more or less what this exemplifies, is the gaping hole or the gap, holes or the gap in the British education system. And this is why the program of activities is important as we promote this in the international decade. As I speak right now, at this very moment, there is a deportation flight from the United Kingdom to Jamaica. Now, in 1948, 492 Caribbean nationals migrated on the Empire Windrush, and the thousands who traveled subsequently were citizens who went to aid Britain's post-war development. Many would have braved the unforgiving British winter, working on the London Underground, the National Rail, building bridges, roads, and other sectors that were destroyed during World War II. Through their labor and their taxes, they helped to reestablish Britain as a global superpower. And we know from the Windrush scandal what has happened. Education is important because if those people who work in the Home Office see Caribbean nationals coming during this period as citizens and not immigrants, then the issue would have been different, or at least I think it would have had some difference in this context. So I like to close because I'm of the view that if this dark chapter in Europe's history is to be closed and reconciliation and healing are to be achieved, European countries should finally confront and acknowledge their role in the trade in enslaved Africans, in slavery and colonization, and its long-term impact on Africa, its long-term impact on the Caribbean, and its long-term impact on people of African descent globally, and that they should commit to reparations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Ahmed Reid. Now we can open the floor to the audience. We have 15 minutes for your question. So the technical host will allow some questions from the audience, and he will share with you questions from the chat. I know that there are two questions. The first one is from Samuel Bettsholden. Bettsholden, sorry. Are you connected for your question? I think you have already shared your question with the staff. And the other one, is Samuel Bettsholden connected?
Yes, Samuel, floor is yours.
So if you're not here, there is also another question from.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
My question is it's for everyone. We are a small organization based in Copenhagen, Denmark, and we are wondering how we, in a constructive manner, can put more pressure on our current government to acknowledge people of African descent and racism against people of African descent in Denmark. What tools are available to use?
Okay, so I think I'm going to take the other question so that the panelists can answer. The other question is from Ade Olaya, sorry. Is Ade Olaya here to ask her question? No.
Yes.
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 Can you ask your question, please, if you're here?
Oh gosh. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Basically, there is evidence of modern day slavery related practices and modern day slavery, overwhelming evidence of it taking place here in Europe. And my question, and also in the States, in neoliberal economies, it's perpetuating neo-colonial ideologies for capitalistic overexploitation. And basically my question to the panel is, how can we stop this happening, because at the end of the day, these are people. These are people's lives that are really being impacted in a very negative way. No access to human rights of health, you know, informal economy, especially with COVID. We've heard some horror stories at the UN, WGPD yesterday about, you know, even in Switzerland, people having to travel and face border controls. So yeah, what is the panel's idea? What's the way forward in terms of protecting people's human rights, universal human rights? Thank you.
Thank you. Which panelist would like to answer? Dr. Olivette Otele.
Hello, Ade. Nice to hear from you. I don't have a definite answer, but I strongly believe in the power of mobilization. Mobilizing, putting pressure, and not letting up. And also making this a wider story. How do you do that? By, again, informing people, because some people can live their lives just watching it on TV and then not being affected at all. So therefore creating bridges and trying to explain to them. Again, it's the power of education. In terms of mobilizing and then putting pressure, then we need to come up with strategy and action plans, because just mobilization is not enough. We need to think strategically about all these things. So that would be my short answer, really.
Well, I will, of course.
Who wants to answer the question as well? Françoise?
Yeah, well,
Okay.
I support, of course, what Professor Otele was saying. I think education, and I think also collective organization. We have, and to build bridges also with other organizations. It's a long, as we are saying, sometimes it can be frustrating because we are telling the same story over and over and over and over. And I have sometimes, you know, this year again, I was explaining to someone who was an art historian, a curator, as a big museum in France, why it was important to think about slavery. So it's a long process, but then it's there. And to the question of, you know, slavery today, you know, how can we stop it? I mean, my answer will be, you know, in a way, first to understand how racial capitalism works. And I think racial capitalism, we have also to teach what it is, because a lot of people, I mean, Professor Otele was, you know, quoting Cedric Robinson, is not translated, for instance, in French, and very few people know his work. And the point is, like, to stop capitalism, I will say to stop racial capitalism will be, of course, and it looked like an easy answer, but it's not an easy answer. It's really, and everywhere in the world, people are organizing. Everywhere, I'm amazed by the fact that despite very difficult situation, everywhere, people fight back. I mean, the incredible, what we saw before the pandemic in Lebanon, in Algeria, in Chile, in France, in Spain, everywhere. And there is really a new, and all these young people, and effectively really trans group of people. There is something going on. There is really something going on. And the connection, the intersection is very, very clear. Young people make the connection between femicide, land dispossession, exploitation, hyperconsumption, all this, they do that. And the question of, you know, environmental justice is absolutely also bring into, they don't separate the different question. And I think this is very, very promising. So it's to continue that, and education, absolutely education, collective, collaborative education, co-education is absolutely central to fight against the naturalization and normalization of injustice and inequalities.
Thank you. Does anyone would anyone like to answer the questions, or should I take another round of questions for this panel? We have 5 minutes before.
We have 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's very short. So if you have any question, maybe it's time or never. So yeah, is there any question? I think that Caricia, I'm not sure. I was told that Caricia had a question. Yeah, Caricia, are you here? Could you ask your question, please? I'm not sure. So I'm going to get the question. Yeah. So I think I'm going to read the questions I'm getting. So the question I have is, good afternoon. So I welcome and commend the EU's new effort to address racial equality. How does this sit with the announcement of now measures by France, a separatism law that demonize a Muslim minority, leading to further entrenchment of racial and socio-economic inequality for this group? What is the EU's response in the light of the anti-racist action plan? Maybe Françoise, I saw you.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, this is effectively what can European country can do. I mean, European Parliament and European power can against. I mean, to stop a state from going. And we have France, but we have other. I mean, Austria is another one also working on a law against separatism. This law is clearly Islamophobic. I mean, there is no way around it. So it's really targeting Muslim people and especially Muslim women. So I hope that the European Parliament will, but sometimes we have the feeling as activists and scholars, you know, or activist scholars, the fact that the European community is more often ready to make deal and to work around business than really enforcing, I mean, pushing a state to obey or to follow. But I have to say that it's important when the European Parliament condemned a government for doing something. It has meaning, it resonates. And we had a huge march last Saturday, and we're going to have again one on this Saturday against police violence and against the law on separatism. So effectively, I mean, it's important for European Parliament to say something. It's had to the incredible condemnation of what the French government is doing right now. So it's important. It's important. It will not be enough, but it's important. It's really important. Yeah, it's. But these laws, I have to say, we have to be very careful. It's not only in France. I mean, Austria is also preparing one.
Yeah, maybe Dr. Ahmed Reid, you have something to add before we close the panel?
Well, yes, I'll just add to the earlier question on what can be done for civil society and as civil society representatives. And I think it was Professor Otello said, you know, there's no really, how should I put it, solid answer on this. But what I could say from my experience on the working group of experts or people of African descent, in my engagement with civil society groups and members, is that it's very important that these civil society groups start reaching out to various organs within the government. They need to organize. There are opportunities for civil society organizations to get involved even within the UN space, within the EU space. Civil society can become engaged as well as it relates to when countries have to submit voluntary national reviews as it relates to the Sustainable Development Goals. So organization working collectively, trying to continuously work to be a part of this process, and to engage and to be a part of this discussion. I'll just like to add something on the issue of the past and the present. And in 2015, I think it was in 2015, when the British Prime Minister David Cameron visited Jamaica, he went to the Jamaican Parliament. And, at that moment, at that point of his visit, 2015, it was 2 years later we realized that the slavery abolition loan that the British took out in 1834, they find that they finished paying that loan in 2015. 181 years of you'll see the refinancing of this particular loan. The point I made earlier with the banks is that the past and the present is very much linked, and the consequences that we continue to see in our societies, in the Caribbean, for example. If you look at the Caricom 10-point plan, if you look at the consequences at independence in 1962, or around about that, 60% or more of the Caribbean people were illiterate. So you see a period there of poor imperial governance over that time period. How would that therefore facilitate sustainable development in the long run? So at a time when for 100 and something years, 81 years, Britain continues to finance and refinance that loan, and British society and British citizens continue to benefit from that loan and the compensation, while at the same time, on the other hand, in the Caribbean, you begin to see the deprivations and the vulnerabilities as a result of colonialism. So I just want to make that point before I leave this stage and the platform. So again, thank you for the opportunity, and I greatly appreciate it.
Thank you so much for thanks to the panelists for having that conversation. Thank you to Dr. Pierrette Herzberger-Fofana. Thank you, Françoise Vergès, Professor Françoise Vergès. Thank you to Professor Olivette Otele, and thank you to Professor Ahmed Reid. So I'm going to introduce the next moderator for the second panel. Her name is Birgit van Hout. She is the regional representative for Europe, leading the UN Human Rights Regional Office for Europe in Brussels since 2017. Previously, she worked to advance human rights, the rule of law, democracy and equality in Guatemala, Timor-Leste, Bosnia, Central Asia, Palestine, Venezuela, and Togo, with various departments of the United Nations, the European Union, and the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe. She holds a LLM and MA in International Politics. And and a postgraduate degree in international human rights law. Good afternoon, Birgit. The floor is yours. And it was a pleasure for me to host that very interesting webinar. Thank you for trusting me, and thank you to all the panelists.
Thank you so much, Rokhaya Diallo. It's a pleasure meeting you, albeit virtually. Good afternoon to all. Let me say 2 sentences about our office before we start the second panel. The Regional Office for Europe is one of the 84 field presences of the UN Human Rights Office. A little earlier, we heard from our High Commissioner, Michel Bashley, who is the coordinator of the International Decade of People of African Descent. And here in Brussels, we work to advance human rights in the countries of the European Union and in EU external action. And over the past few years, we've also facilitated the engagement of organizations, grassroots organizations, and leaders of African descent in Europe with the international human rights system. It is truly an honor and a pleasure for me to moderate the second virtual roundtable on repairing the present building the future with such internationally renowned experts. But before we move to the roundtable, let me introduce Ms. Gabriela Ramos, who will deliver the opening remarks. Ms. Ramos is the Assistant Director General for Social and Human Sciences at UNESCO, where she leads the organization's work to build inclusive and peaceful societies. Her career has been devoted. Her career has been devoted to reducing inequalities. And before joining UNESCO, she served as Chief of Staff in the OECD, where she led the program's New Approaches to Economic Challenges, the Inclusive Growth Initiative, the Gender Strategy, and the work on well-being and children. In 2019, she launched the Business for Inclusive Growth platform, bringing together 40 major multinational companies around inclusion. Her work on gender equality earned her the 2017 and 2018 Forbes Excellence Award, and she was also considered by Apolitical as one of the 100 most influential people in gender policy in both 2018 and 2019. Ms. Ramos, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Can you see me?
Not yet. Not yet. Yes, we see you.
Thank you so much, Jit. It's great to see you all and to join you in this very important day. Great to hear the panelists. I learned a lot from them, and I'm really pleased to join you in this virtual event on recognizing the past, repairing the present, and building the future. I think this is the way we should see the subject that is bringing us together. And of course, in the current times, it might be tempting to relegate slavery to the past only. And this commemoration could be seen as an important moment for us to gather and activate this memory. We should never forget. We should never forget. I think this is the way we need to frame it. We have not repaired past wrongdoings, nor fixed our unfair and unequal societies. The legacy of slavery has infested all of our political, legal, cultural, and economic and socioeconomic structures for centuries, and this year it had been further strengthened by the COVID-19 pandemic. Everywhere around the world, people of African descent and of other descents have confronted with prejudice and exclusion. Racial discrimination and harassment are commonplaces, and experiences with racist violence vary, but we know that they have increased as much as 14%. Even if we do not have consistent clinical data for Europe on the racial dimension of COVID-19 infection, we know that the situation can be comparable to other regions. And you have seen it in the US, the reports that shows that even if they represent 40% of the population, the African community experienced 70% of the contagion rates and the death rate. And you can extrapolate that to many other groups that are usually traditionally facing this discrimination. Racial and ethnic minority, including indigenous population, are likewise affected for this pandemic. People of African descent across the world suffer from this. So this is a denial, and this is what I have heard from all of you. And we need to find ways in which we could really try to compensate the problems that we have been building on. The UNESCO has strengthened up its effort. You know that we have been working on this for the last 50 years since we published the very first report on racial injustices. And now we're building a roadmap that is pretty much in line with what Europe is trying to do to strengthen institutions, to strengthen legislations, to go for affirmative action, to look for the real reasons to compensate and to rebalance the kind of excesses that we are foreseeing today. We will be building up partnerships, and particularly with the European Union, which is such a powerful player in this domain. And we commend you for the very important undertakings that have been advanced on the national plans, on the support to strengthen the legal frameworks, the institutional frameworks, on the question of systemic racism, and on the question of the living memory. I just want to finish by saying that we have built up a very important knowledge base that we will share with all of you, which is the history of Africa. I think it's also important that the people that suffer these events in the past are able to write their own history. And I feel that the work that we are doing in documenting and advancing the vision of the different groups of their own history, it will be a fundamental contribution to the debates going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now we are going to move to our roundtable. But before we do that, please allow me to make a few housekeeping remarks for those of you who didn't join us from the very beginning. To ensure the best possible quality of this virtual event, kindly mute your microphone when you're not speaking. And we also invite everybody, in particular the panelists, but also everybody else, to turn their camera on and to keep it on to make the roundtable as real as possible. We will, like in the previous panel, we will have 2 rounds of questions with our panelists where I will be fielding questions, and then we will open the floor for an exchange with the audience. And if you would like to take the floor, please do write your name in the chat box, your question, and who you would like to address your question to. You do not need to wait until the end of the panel to ask your question. You can go ahead and write it as soon as we start with the panel. We will do our best to take as many questions as time allows. And when I give you the floor, please turn on the camera and unmute yourself. Kindly be brief and to the point so that we can maximize the number of interventions. Again, this webinar is a public event. You heard there are several hashtags that you can use on social media. And now I would kindly ask all panel members to turn on their cameras. And I would like to introduce a member of the European Parliament, Samira Rafaela, who is a Dutch member of the European Parliament. She is the co-president of ARDI, the Anti-Racism and Diversity Intergroup of the European Parliament. She's also a member of the Committee on International Trade and the Committee on Women's Rights and Gender Equality, in addition to being a substitute member in the Committee on Employment and Social Affairs. In the Euro-Latin America Parliamentary Assembly, she serves as first vice president of the Committee on Economic, Financial and Commercial Affairs. Prior to her election to the European Parliament, she advised the Dutch police force on inclusion and diversity. Ms. Rafaela, my first question to you is the following. When people were protesting in Europe earlier this year after the killing of George Floyd, you said in the European Parliament that EU member states and EU institutions needed to acknowledge the impact of the past on the present. And the action plan that was adopted, the Anti-Racism Action Plan, seems to do that. So concretely, what more do you think should happen? And the floor is yours for 4 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And unfortunately, it looks like my video cannot start. I have permission now. Yes, thank you so much. So first of all, it's great to be here. It's a very important day. I'm very proud that we are having this day, and also personally to me, it has a very special meaning. And I always say that if we really want to move forward with each other in society, then that starts also with recognition of our shared history, and so much education is still needed on this topic so that we can truly work together on building a new future, an inclusive future. And this year has been extremely important in Europe, within the European Union, when it comes to combating racism and discrimination in Europe, because we had, of course, the terrible happenings in the USA, the death of George Floyd, and then we had the Black Lives Matter movement having an extremely impact on society, but also on politicians and legislators. And I believe that this year was really one of the most important moments within our institutions when it comes to raising awareness on the topic. So What needs to be done now is that we follow up on the resolutions and on the very concrete measures that has taken into account in the anti-racism action plan of the European Commission. And we had a resolution this year in the European Parliament on the anti-racism protest following the death of George Floyd. And there's an Article 12 in this resolution calling for the EU institutions and the member states to officially acknowledge past injustices and crimes against humanity committed against Black people, people of color, and Roma people. And it declares slavery a crime against humanity, and it has called for 2 December to be designated the European Day commemorating the abolition of the slave trade. So it also encourages the member states to make the history of Black people and people of color also being part of school education. So in the new Anti-Racism Action Plan 2020-2025, there is actually a plan to fight stereotypes in the first place, and that it needs to be addressed by acknowledging the historical roots also of racism. And it's also being said that the EU should, for example, explicitly mark key commemorative days, such as this day, but it also says that we need to put much more effort in education to fight stereotypes. So it's very important that we follow up on the anti-racism action plan and on our own resolutions, and the member states will need to follow up with their own action plan that they need to make with local representatives and with civil society. And it also means that we as members of European Parliament can monitor and can evaluate how the member states will take their responsibility in combating racism and discrimination effectively. And that's from the perspective of the EU now exactly what needs to happen, because we have so many people still in our society being damaged and being affected by discrimination, exclusion, and racism. We really need to build on mechanisms also to review the existing proposals and to monitor also the implementation of proposals, and better understand the situation at the level of member states in this regard. So also in the anti-racism action plan, there's being said that the European Commission will evaluate also in terms of how the member states have followed up the recent years on different proposals to fight racism and discrimination in society. So it's basically a step forward, I believe, but therefore I'm really, I think it's really necessary that we have these kind of days where we discuss it. And I say not only today, but every day we need to make sure that it's a top priority on the agenda within our institutions.
Thank you very much for highlighting the key points of the EU Anti-Racism Action Plan. And indeed, national action plans against racism are also something that our office has quite some experience on globally around the world. And so we'd be more than happy also to share best practices and support countries that are setting out to adopt such a national action plan. And of course, the participatory nature of such an action plan is key to its success, right? My second question will be for Professor Hilary Beckles. And I would really like to express my appreciation to you, Professor Beckles, but also to other panel members who are joining us from very different time zones and who had to either get up early or stay up late to be a part of this discussion. We truly appreciate that. Sir Hilary Beckles is a distinguished academic, international thought leader, UN committee member, and a global activist for social justice and minority empowerment. He has lectured extensively in Europe, the Americas, Africa, and Asia. He has published over 100 peer-reviewed essays in scholarly journals and is the author of more than 13 books on topics ranging from Atlantic and Caribbean history over gender relations in the Caribbean to popular culture. In 2013, Sir Beckles was invited to coordinate Caribbean governments' policy positions on global reparatory justice conversation. In this capacity, he chaired the newly established Caribbean Commission on Reparations that we've heard about in the previous panel as well. Under his guidance, the University of the West Indies has established the Caribbean Center for Reparations Research. Professor Beckles, could you tell us a bit more about your work in the Caribbean on reparations? And more than anything, what can Europe learn from this exercise? Professor, the floor is yours for 4 minutes. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm afraid you have muted yourself rather than unmuted. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, tremendous honor and pleasure to be a part of this conversation and to say that the Caribbean perspective is well established over several hundred years. This discourse about reparatory justice from the Caribbean is certainly not a 21st century issue. In fact, it goes back, as we've heard earlier, to the very beginning when this crime of slavery and colonization and the genocide of the native people became a part of Caribbean reality. I would say that this moment is probably the 8th iteration of this resurgence of demand for reparatory justice. It has been over 100 years that the Caribbean has determined that Europe has a case to answer for the people of the Caribbean in respect of the legacies resulting from the crimes committed against humanity. The primary legacy of Europe's colonization in the Caribbean continues to harm this region. The persistent poverty, the endemic poverty, the consequences of colonization and slavery, which were really, in fact, economic extraction systems. And we all know from the history that the Caribbean was Europe's primary source of extracting wealth to fund its own development. And it did so using slavery as a mechanism, as a technique, as a tool, but it was really about the extraction of wealth from this region and the committing of crimes in the process. The consequences are what they are, and we know what they are. And I should say quickly, by the way, that colonization has not been completed in the Caribbean. Europe still has many colonies in the Caribbean. And while the people of the Caribbean have fought against colonization for nationhood, for democracy, for freedom, the Caribbean remains a space that is colonized by Europe as we go into this long 21st century. And the people of the Caribbean are very concerned about this persistence of European colonization in our region. In effect, what we have been doing in building nations and building free democratic states in the region, we have really been cleaning up the mess that Europe has left behind. The illiteracy, the bad housing, the racism, the poverty, poor infrastructure. These are the legacies of Europe's persistent colonization. When most of these countries, colonies became nation states in the middle of the 20th century, even then, what they proceeded to do without the support of Europe was to clean up Europe's mess. If you take, for example, Jamaica, where I am at the moment, when Jamaica became independent in 1962 from Britain, Britain had left 80% of the people on this island illiterate. After 306 years of colonization, the island was left with a massive illiteracy problem, poor public health, poor infrastructure for social living. A nation therefore had to emerge out of that mess. And so we have called upon Europe to come back to the Caribbean to participate in cleaning up their mess. The Caricom Reparations Commission has written, in fact, in 2016, wrote to all of the governments of Europe that were part of this Caribbean colonial project to participate in an economic development plan for this region. They walked away and left it in a mess. And all of the governments have been told to meet with Caricom to sit down to talk about their legacy, the European legacy of poverty in this region. They have all rejected that invitation from the Caribbean, and the proposal is to write to them again, because we do believe that Europe should come back and clean up the mess that they have left behind. We take full responsibility for our future. We take full responsibility and accountability for our future. However, accountability is a two-dimensional process. You know, those who have political responsibility must take that responsibility, and our people have taken that responsibility. But those who have left a legacy of post-criminal cultures, of poverty, degradation, they too have to come and face their responsibility. So where we are at the moment, we are at a stage pretty advanced where we are insisting upon the need for a development dialogue. Europe owes the Caribbean a development dialogue with strategies and plans to enable this region to be as competitive as it wishes to be, and to help this region to eradicate many of the legacies that Europe have left behind. From Haiti and what the French have done to Haiti, we know what Britain has done to this region. We know what the French has done and persist on colonizing Martinique and Guadeloupe. We know what has been done by the Dutch and their own relationship in this region. And now we're hearing of Switzerland, we're hearing of Germany and all of the other countries that benefited from slavery. We are saying to them that in much the same way that they participated in assisting the East Indian colonies to move forward with a Colombo plan, which was established in 1950, where the East Indian colonies were able, with significant infrastructural support and development, to transition from colonialism to nation state. That strategy which was given to the East Indian colonies is also now due to the West Indian colonies that were neglected, pushed aside, and we know what was the consequence of that. So in a nutshell, therefore, the summary position from the Caribbean at this moment is that after all of these centuries, the people of the region continue to believe that the crimes that have been committed in this region must be repaired, their consequences must be confronted, the legacy must be addressed, and we are asking the European Union, and including Great Britain, of course, to participate in alleviating the poverty that they have left behind as a result of the extraction of wealth from this region for hundreds of years. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much, Sir Beckles, and thank you for your frank and clear, very clear, but also very sobering account of the legacy of slavery and the transatlantic slave trade on the Caribbean, and for bringing in that development angle. I remember when I was part of the Secretariat of the World Conference Against Racism in 2001, the Caricom was one of the driving groups of the agenda of the conference and bringing reparations to the agenda. And I remember also that, you know, it was often said, it was already then very clearly articulated that the struggle against racism is also about the right to development. And that's what the Durban Declaration and Program of Action encapsulates also very well. Now let me move to our third panelist, Professor Stephen Small. He is a professor of African Diaspora Studies at the University of California, Berkeley, where he has taught for 25 years. His research includes collective memory and public history across the diaspora. He was born and raised in Liverpool, England. His most recent book is entitled 20 Questions and Answers on Black Europe. And he's currently working on 2 other books. one of which deals with the collective memory of slavery in England and the Netherlands. Professor Small, the COVID-19 crisis has hit the most marginalized around the world most, or hardest, as we say. It has exacerbated pre-existing inequalities and impacted very heavily on women and girls. In the annual Nelson Mandela lecture earlier this year, our UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres said, and I quote, "Colonialism created vast inequality within and between countries, including the evils of the transatlantic slave trade and the apartheid regime here in South Africa." How would you describe the legacies of these injustices, especially to people here in Europe? Professor, you have 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for that introduction. Thank you to colleagues on the panel. Thank you to organizers and to everyone present. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. Now, let me respond to your question. Yes, absolutely. COVID-19 has exposed entrenched racial inequalities in Europe and around the world. And it's exposed many of the ways in which direct and indirect racism in Europe both creates and exacerbates these inequalities. Racism in Europe takes the form of racial stereotypes, racial discrimination, and racial hostility by institutions, governments, and individuals. And all these forms of racism continue to adversely and consequentially impact the lives of Black people and other people of color. These forms of institutional racism are reinforced by right-wing and mainstream organizations and individuals, as well as by policing and immigration authorities. One reason for this is that the abolition of slavery did not lead to the liberation or to real freedom for Black people. It didn't lead to liberation or real freedom in the British colonies, in the French, the Dutch, or the Spanish colonies. And it did not lead to liberation or equality for Black people or to freedom in Britain, France, Netherlands, or Spain. My colleague Kwame Namako at the University of Amsterdam has characterized this as abolition without emancipation. Abolition started the process of emancipation, but we are still fighting in Europe for unfinished emancipation. And COVID-19 has exposed what we in the Black communities across Europe already knew: entrenched racism, ambiguous hyper-visibility of negative images, and our irrepressible resistance. And abolition without emancipation happened because European imperialism, following slavery, expanded and exacerbated the racism that slavery had created and continued to do so long after abolition had occurred. Racist ideologies in Europe continued in the form of social Darwinism, eugenics, and cultural racism. Racism in Europe continued in the form of direct and indirect techniques and mechanisms and strategies, both institutional and individual. And racism in Europe was accompanied by euphemism, evasion, and denial of its existence amongst politicians, policymakers, and scholars. And racism in Europe was accompanied by pointing the finger at South Africa and the United States, as if those nations were guilty and the nations of Europe were not. And we now see through that strategy, and we see it for what it is. These strategies, these elements of racism continue today in various forms and with dire consequences. For example, in my home city, Liverpool, the slaving capital of the world and home to the oldest Black community in Europe, Black people remain one of the most segregated communities and one of the most unequal communities in the nation, and perhaps in Europe. We are barely visible in politics, in business, in media, and we are dramatically underrepresented in higher education and universities. And Black people in Liverpool continue to experience what one report has called uniquely horrific racism. And Liverpool is not the only city like that. COVID-19 has again revealed this racism. But Black communities, we've always known about it. We've always had to live with it. We've always had to deal with its consequences, and we've always had to mobilize against it. And I'd like to emphasize once again in Europe that these are not issues of immigration. We are citizens. These are not issues of class discrimination. These are issues of endemic racism, compounded by class discrimination and compounded by sexism. Therefore, I encourage the institutions, agencies, and governments in Europe to confront the many forms of institutional racism that are entrenched in Europe today, and to recognize the horrific consequences for Black people and for other communities of color across Europe. This can be done by recognizing the widespread evidence of racial discrimination, because there is very widespread evidence, and also by listening directly to the experiences of Black people and others, by drawing on our knowledge, our experience, and our insights from Black organizations and from Black communities. Because we've known these issues for decades, we've known these issues for generations. In fact, we've known these issues for centuries. And we know what to do. We've always known what to do. But we lack the power, authority, and resources to get things done. So we urge those people with institutional power to work with us truly and sincerely towards ending injustice and achieving true equality. And there's a primary role of education in these activities if we're going to truly combat and confront racism. And I'll talk about a bit more about the role of education when I come around to my second question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Professor Small. As you put it much more eloquently, it is very interesting that you make the point that the formal end to colonialism and to the slave trade did not end the practices and the policies that condemn people to a life of discrimination. And also thank you for highlighting this overlap between race and class, or socioeconomic status, as we say in human rights terms, which is very visible today, for example, in housing segregation in many countries. Now I would like to introduce Afwa Hirsch. She is the Wallis Annenberg Chair of Journalism at the University of Southern California in Los Angeles. So also joining us from the other side of the ocean, she's a former barrister, journalist, and documentary maker. In addition to co-presenting Enslaved with Samuel Jackson, that we will see later today, her other projects include a BBC series about African art and a series entitled We Need to Talk About the British Empire. She has published 2 best-selling books. One is called British, on Race, Identity and Belonging, and it has actually won the Royal Society of Literature Jerwood Prize. And the other one is called Equal to Everything, about the UK Supreme Court. Ms. Hirsch was also a judge for last year's Booker Prize. Professor Hirsch, the transatlantic slave trade is one of the darkest chapters and harrowing chapters in human history. How can we communicate about the past to address racism and prejudice today in European society? What concrete recommendations do you have for European leaders, historians, educators, policymakers to link the past to the present?
Thank you.
For 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And it's a pleasure to be here in such esteemed company. And it's also a relief because my fellow panelists have spoken so eloquently and so thoroughly on the history and its relevance that I won't repeat what they say, only to fully endorse and enthusiastically embrace it. As a journalist and a storyteller, my interest is not just in history and in the facts, the historically agreed facts of the past that still seem to be far too remotely known in European countries, but also the narratives about that past, how it informs our identities and our present understanding, how we navigate our contemporary reality based on an understanding of who we are, where we have come from, how the nations that we inhabit built themselves, and what values they really embody. And in terms of practical steps that I think European countries need to take, the first one, and it's incredibly basic, is to stop claiming not to see the problem. And I say that as somebody who spent most of my life in Britain, where a very popular refrain among people who see themselves as part of the solution, so these aren't people who want to be associated with racism at all, will say to you, I don't see race. And when they say, I don't see race, they are trying to distance themselves personally from what they understand racism to be. And what they understand racism to be is a series of interpersonal behaviors and actions that are hostile towards people because they're Black or from other ethnic minority heritage. But that is a misunderstanding of racism. Of course, hostile and aggressive behavior can be part of racism. But racism, and as my fellow panelists have so eloquently explained, is a system. It's a system that was built by design, very deliberately constructed to facilitate the exploitation that Sir Hilary described in the Caribbean, in the Americas, and in African countries. And of course, as we know, those countries are still a long way from recovering from that exploitation. And the system that facilitated it is still absolutely intact. When people say they don't see race, what they are saying is, I refuse to acknowledge this system that still distributes opportunity, wealth, lived experience, justice in my society. I refuse to see the history and how it operates in my daily life. I refuse to acknowledge the problem. And if you refuse to see something, if you decide that your strategy will be blindness, it's not a foundation for creating change. So as somebody who has these conversations and does this work in the public domain, in the media, with policymakers, with ordinary people, one thing I find is that there is often a defensive reaction where people, because they don't understand what racism is, think that if you have a conversation with them about racism, you are accusing them of personally being racist towards other people, which is why you get these responses, I'm not racist, I have Black friends, or I have a Black wife, or I listen to hip hop, or whichever, all true stories, things that people say. My message is really that if you won't engage in conversations about race and how it's structured all of our experience, then you can't be part of the problem. And race is not a special interest subject for the Black people or the people descended from African heritage, from other former colonialized parts of the world. Race has structured all of our societies, and it's also delineated all of our identities. The labels that we use for ourselves today, I describe myself proudly as a Black woman, but those ideas were created during the era of enslavement and colonial exploitation to justify it. So we have inherited these ideas, we've inherited this injustice, and we can't change it unless we acknowledge it. It might sound like a very basic point, but I find that a huge amount of the work, and this is what's frustrating, is simply communicating to people that there is a problem to work on. The second thing I think really is around education, and it was interesting to listen to the earlier conversations about education. I really take, I think, maybe a more radical perspective. I think that our education systems were designed during the period of colonial expansion, and they were designed to reinforce ideas about European superiority for people in an imperial heartland who would go out and conquer and subjugate others. They were also designed to keep people in former colonies aware of their own inferiority. And there has not been a point at which our education systems have been radically ripped up and redrawn to fit the needs of modern multicultural societies. And that has many implications. On the one hand, for example, our education systems are still training people essentially to be factory workers in an era where automation makes that completely redundant. We haven't caught up with the digital needs of our future generation, the kinds of jobs they'll be requiring. But on a more fundamental level, our education system was not built to encourage children from different experiences and heritage to thrive. And you see that across Europe consistently, that children of African heritage, children from other ethnic minority backgrounds are often underperforming at school. They are disproportionately excluded from school. They are excluded from opportunities in higher education and the labor market. And our education systems are culpable for that failure because they have not been designed to meet the needs of those children. Children are educated in a cultural context. And unfortunately, the cultural context in Europe is still one of Eurocentricity. So acknowledging that is an absolutely essential prerequisite to building a more viable, effective, and fit for purpose education system that can meet our needs. I think when you expand that understanding across different sectors of society, you see the same pattern, that our experiences of housing, our experiences of the criminal justice system, our experiences of healthcare, and COVID really manifested this in a very stark way. Our systems are still repeating patterns of exclusion and discrimination that they were created to perpetuate, and that has never been addressed. If you take housing in almost all the European countries I've studied, Black people who came from colonies, so they were often citizens of the country, the European country they were moving to, were crowded into substandard housing, crowded into low-paid, insecure labor. And those patterns of low income, of poor quality housing have never been changed. So I think we need a radical approach to really looking forensically at how these histories have manifested in our contemporary lived experiences, and recognizing that no amount of saying the right thing or talking about diversity can change that. This is structural, and this requires a really radical rethink and a willingness, crucially, to redistribute resources and power to actually implement the change that we need. And I think that any conversation that doesn't acknowledge that reality, that this is about resources and power, will always be skirting around the outside of the issue.
Thank you very much, Professor Hirsch. And indeed, colorblind policies are probably the worst, right? And it's what we see that actually, in the definition of racial discrimination, as it is enshrined in the International Convention for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, racism can be intentional or unintentional, and often we see that with good intentions, but colorblind policies actually discriminate people further, and that it's important to differentiate for policymakers in order to make sure that there is a level playing field. But I want to come back in the second round to the whole issue of denial of racism. Normally, we should now go to Professor Eve. Unfortunately, Professor Eve has not been able to join us yet. So I'm going to take the liberty to move straight into the second round of questions, where I would go back to MEP Rafaela and ask her, you know, what about this defensiveness that we may find among the majority population, or the denial, and how do you bring people on board who are not of African descent and who may be reticent to make amends for past injustice, let alone reparations or redress? How do you see your role as a member of European Parliament, and what is it that you can do, and ARDI as the Anti-Racism Diversity Intergroup of the European Parliament?
Yes, thank
Over
you.
to you.
You know, this is a very important question, and I also believe that it's one of the main difficulties that I personally am facing, but also as a politician and as a co-legislator within these institutions, that we see too much of denial when it comes to our shared past, and especially the impact of this part of history on still generations growing up in Europe. I think it's completely underestimated what the impact is, and I also believe that we should have more recognition for trauma and pain that is transferred through different generations. And that's something that we need to openly discuss within our educational systems, but also within our political institutions. I also believe that also in my own country, the Netherlands, that the debate on racism and discrimination is still not going fluently because there is actually denial. And for example, when you raise up the issue of reparation or apologies coming from the government, then often you get the response, yes, but it wasn't my fault. I wasn't involved with it. And that's exactly the point, that there is, I believe, still a lack of collective understanding of the trauma and the damage that has been done, but also has been transferred to even the new generations now growing up. So I think it's very much time to not back down from the debate, and I think that it's very important that therefore we have more representation also within our institutions, because the lack of representation and the lack of diversity also makes that the denial is continuously. If we don't have people in our institutions raising up the topic and not backing down from the public debate, then we can also allow people to deny it. So I am experiencing it myself, that because of the person who I am and because of my own identity, I can bring it in the discussion, and I can clarify it very well why we need this topic very high on the agenda. So education is, of course, a very important thing, because if I look back at my own classes, I noticed that there was not a lot of attention being paid on our shared history and on the impact of slave trade, for example. And this is not only, that was not only me. I believe it's a very general thing, that there's a lack of education on the topic. So that needs to be changed. And yes, more representation is needed, more diversity is needed, so that more people can show the importance. There's an interesting example in Belgium going on now that's following the Black Lives Matter protests. So the Belgian Federal Parliament, they set up a special commission to have a good look at the country's colonial past and its impact. And the task of that commission is to develop proposals for reconciliation and building better relationships between the groups of people and communities in the society. And I think this is really, really interesting. There was quite an interest coming from all around Europe about what's happening in Belgium with regards to denouncing all the celebration of the colonial past. And I think the potential here might be great from the perspective of someone who is involved in the collective anti-racist action in the European Parliament and from the ARDI group. I believe that we should follow up on this with a more in-depth discussion about what could be like a lift up of this measure to the EU level. I think this should also be being done on the EU level. And I think it's a very good starting point for Europe, and especially countries like my own, as the Netherlands, to do so. So yes, we should definitely pay more attention to the past, so that we educate people, and we cannot lose more time, truly, because this is embodied in our institutions, institutional racism, institutional exclusion of people. That's embodied, and that's something we can not deny anymore, and not backing down from the discussion. And we have so many proofs, so many evidence, so many statistics that cannot be ignored. And I think it's very important that also legislators and politicians emphasize that this is not just something that we make up. This is there, and everyone should take the responsibility to fight that.
Thank you very much, MEP, and I would really like to salute your courage, because I follow you on social media and I see the vast amount of hate speech that you get thrown at you and how courageous and brave you are. And I just want you to know that there are a lot of us who are with you and who are behind you. And so we want you to stay strong, you know, and speak for those who do not have a voice and who are not represented in the power structures. Now, let me move to another question for Professor Beckles. The role of European universities in slavery and colonialism has been very much in the spotlight this year in particular. What do you expect will be the outcome of this discussion? And how is this relevant for both Europe and the Caribbean? Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you once again. It is true that in the last decade or so, research has focused on the role of academia, universities, thought leaders, and legitimizing the structures of colonization. What we have found is that, not surprisingly, what we've always known, that the colonial structure, the slavery systems, the white supremacy infrastructure, the terrorism that was unleashed upon indigenous and African peoples, that all of this was not only legitimized within the universities, but the leading professors of the time in their respective academies were very much in the vanguard of all of this. They wrote extensively about it. They tried very desperately to show that colonization and slavery and racism were in the national interests of the various countries of Europe. And there is a tremendous literature in support of these crimes against humanity by the leading academics of the time. Certainly the economics that we now take for granted, a lot of that originated in the notion, yes, that you can transport millions of people across an ocean. You could terrorize their home communities. You can destroy their civilization. And you could bring those workers to another part of the world and make a profit. That you could make this investment and you could make a greater financial return than if you had invested your money domestically. So our economists were on board. The notion that you could convert African people and you could convert human beings into property, you could define them in the constitutions as not human, you can deny them their human identity and so classify them as property and real estate. The law professors in the university, most of them wrote about this. They showed how it could be done. The early sociologists and anthropologists wrote, yes, that you could structure people along lines of color, you could design a society along lines of color and race, and that you could manage people as property. The universities were absolutely critical in supporting the slave owners, the slave traders, the imperial governments, and to suggest that the terrorism of colonization could be justified. So, you know, it's an indictment really of 500 years of the role and functions of European universities. And the question that is now being asked of them, can you claim to be an excellent university if you have been and continues to be an unethical university? And how can you be an ethical university if your roots are so deeply embedded in the profits of slavery? Many universities are now researching their own background. They're bringing to public attention the fact that they were not only the owners of slaves, they were not only trading in slaves, they were not only investing in slaves, but they were receiving grants and endowments from the leading slave owners in their respective towns and cities. And they were assisting those slave owners in finding ways to make slavery even more efficient than it was. So it is impossible to untangle the relationship between slave owners, slave traders, universities, professors. They were all embedded in this because collectively they thought that it was in the interest of their country to do so. And now we have a circumstance where some universities are researching their own participation, the immorality of their academic institutions. And many of them, having done this research, are running away from it. They do not wish to participate in a reparatory approach. They do not wish to engage in a reparatory strategy, either through shame or embarrassment. We now have something called research and run. You look at your history and you run away from it as far as you can. Now, clearly, some universities have also issued statements which really represent nothing more than public relation exercises. They have no intention of even considering returning some of that money they took out of slavery to the descendants and to the descendants of the victims. They want to continue to hold on to the wealth they got from slavery, and they are prepared to make public relations statements in order to pacify the public. Then you have other universities that are very tentative. They would acknowledge that the university extracted millions of currency from slavery, and they're prepared to issue a scholarship. They might name a building after a Black person, or they might give a few scholarships to a few Black people. And they do that and they think, well, you know, the millions that we have extracted over hundreds of years, we just give back a scholarship here, a few £100 or euros or what have we, and our conscience is clear, we can walk away from it. Some of them have opted to have a more developed approach, but even at the highest level, when they try to have a development approach, they are so tentative, they are nervous about it. They are looking really for an exit strategy rather than a long-term development strategy. Having extracted wealth over hundreds of years, they're looking for a short-term exit strategy. Maybe we could do something that has public relation value, and after 5 years, we can exit and move on. So there is a lot of duplicity. There's a lot of double standard, and many universities are coming to the reparations conversation, and their hands are not clean and their hearts are not pure. So we are not getting the conversation we are looking for. And I can tell you, I have been involved in this for over 2 decades. And I know the strategies when I see them. I know the attitudes when I hear them. There is a lot of insincerity. They might even appoint a professor. They might say, well, my university has been involved in slavery for 300 to 400 years. But you know, what we'll do, we'll create a new program, or we will identify a research fellow, and we'll find somewhere that we could window dress this. What we are speaking about is this. The university has been a primary participant and a primary beneficiary of hundreds of years of extracting wealth from the enslavement of African people. The evidence is clear. And you know, some of them were also involved in pathology. You know, the Pope had said that, you cannot use white bodies to explore your internal pathology of the human body. And many of them were involved with slave traders. They were happy to receive Black bodies that they could conduct their surgery and the pathology to learn how the human body worked. The Pope haven't condemned it as a legitimate science, and our bodies were used by many of those early medical schools in order to advance their science. You have to understand the depth of this. So what we're saying now is, you know, there's so many aspects of this. My university, for example, University of the West Indies, we have 3 of our campuses that were built on slave plantations. A decade ago, we were building a medical faculty here at our campus, and state-of-the-art medical building. And when the construction started, we discovered hundreds of bones began to come up from the ground. And then we realized that we were building a medical faculty complex on top of a cemetery, because this is where the Europeans had thrown the black bodies into the ground, unmarked graves, and the bodies were just thrown into the ground and covered over with a thin layer of dirt. So here we are building.
Let me ask you to wrap up.
Summarize. So the issue of universities on both sides of the Atlantic is a very, very serious one. And even now that universities are being ranked for the excellence, the first criterion should be, can you be academically excellent if you are unethical and immoral in respect of your past? And that really is a big challenge that the Western University now has to confront. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. And it's really shocking. I think I'm not alone when I say that what you are telling us is really not common knowledge, especially here in Europe. There is some information available about the past of some universities, but what you describe, I think, is not something that we have learned about or heard about before. So it's very important to bring this to this discussion. And I'm sorry, I apologize also for cutting you off, but there are people who really want to also ask you a question, so I do want to give them the chance. But before we go to the question and answer session, I do want to stay for a moment with this question of not knowing and education, and how critical and crucial education is in the struggle against racism and building a better future. And I remember growing up in Belgium, and now admittedly this was a long time ago, but learning what the great benefits of colonialism had been for the Democratic Republic of Congo at the time, Zaire. So I think things are changing now, but it has taken a long time, and they're changing only gradually. And Professor Small, sadly, in many countries, we see that the human rights education on the transatlantic slave trade, its legacy, but also liberation movements against slavery, as the one in Haiti, they're not part of the curriculum. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, thank you, Chair. Am I unmuted? Yes. Can you hear me? Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, this is an important and indispensable issue, the role of education. But what I'd like to suggest is that education on its own cannot end the endemic and pervasive racial discrimination across Europe. And what I believe is that progress can be made by people who disagree coming together to discuss issues that are of contention. And what I'd like to do, Madam Chair, is to respectfully disagree with you that people do not know. People do know. They've always known. These issues have been written about. They've been produced. If you look back to even the late 19th century, there were Pan-Africanists like Anna Julia Cooper from the United States, like Edward Wilmot Blyden from the Caribbean, like W.E.B. Du Bois, like Padmore, and so on and so forth. They published, they wrote, they came to Europe. So people do know this, even though universities have kept it obscure. Okay. But in terms of addressing education, we have to, I believe, address education and knowledge inside educational systems as well as outside educational systems. Because the educational system in Europe, as Professor Beckles has pointed out, is a system built on knowledge that is partial, biased, self-serving, and self-glorifying. It's an education system that misrepresents and distorts Europe's role in slavery and imperialism. It's an education system that denies and excuses the very real racism that has always existed in Europe. For example, ideologies of racism were invented, articulated, and disseminated in Europe by scholars before the United States even came into existence, before South Africa even came into existence. So we need far better knowledge, recognition of the role that Europe played, that universities played, that knowledge producers played in slavery and imperialism. This is necessary, indispensable, but also, I think, insufficient. And with regard to education, I'd just like to suggest 4 areas. Number 1, curriculum. There's a lot of attention on the history curriculum, but I believe all curricula in all universities and schools should be made more accurate, more comprehensive, and more inclusive in many of the ways that I believe Professor Beckles has suggested. Second area is staff. I believe we need to ensure that staff become more diverse in background, experience, and receive more support. And I mean diverse in class, gender, ethnicity, racial identity, and yes, let's say it, in religious belief too. Third area for education, I believe, is that educational institutions need to build relationships with their partners and allies outside formal education. Because Black women and men have been kept outside of educational systems, Black women and men in Europe have produced far more knowledge about these issues outside these institutions than inside. There are people inside, like Professor Otel and others. They are doing tremendous work. We need to support them. And then finally is the issue of access in terms of education. We need greater access to authority and power inside educational institutions. Okay. I'd like to say something about a topic that hasn't been largely addressed, and that topic is imperialism, addressing the realities, the consequences, the dynamics of imperialism. And what I find across Europe, particularly in Britain, is that in public discussion and mobilization, our attention is focused overwhelmingly on slavery and its legacies. And what we don't yet do is identify the unique and distinctive dimensions of imperialism. And what I'd like to do is put it quite simply. British slavery turned the village of Liverpool into a town, but British imperialism turned the town of Liverpool into a city. And for Great Britain, the transition from slavery to imperialism has been documented very well in a book published in 2007. It's called After Abolition, and it was written and published by Marika Sherwood, an independent scholar in Britain. But that book has been largely ignored because of the truth it tells about the British government's involvement in abolition. So what I'd like to do is encourage colleagues, encourage public debate around imperialism. Imperialism as a direct legacy of slavery, and imperialism as a phenomena that consolidated and expanded the racism, the political domination, the economic exploitation, and the social subordination of Black people and Africans, consolidated and expanded those dire activities over and beyond what slavery and British and European slavery had achieved. And I'll bring it to a close by saying there are several reasons to look at imperialism. Number one, it reminds us that abolition did not free Black people, did not give us freedom or liberation. Companies that exploited, governments, individuals, and universities that exploited Black people during slavery continued to do so absolutely and extensively. People that benefited during slavery, like John Gladstone, used his resources, connections, and influence to enable his son, William Ewart Gladstone, to become Prime Minister of Britain on 4 occasions. There are other issues, but I'm going to finish with one final issue. One of the most important things for me about knowledge and education is that during imperialism, Black women and men were able to produce far more analysis, far more insights, far more writings, far more poetry, music, theatre and performance, far more folk tales, memoirs and biographies. All of these things have been excluded from European education. And we can consult those documents, tens of thousands of them, by people like Ellen Craft, Anna Julia Cooper, Mary Church Terrell, William Edmott Blyden, Martin Delaney, Marcus Goff. There are vast resources that would enable us to make education more accurate, more inclusive, and more comprehensive, rather than just dealing with education created by and for elite white men. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and thank you very much for. I think many of us are learning a lot in this panel. So thank you for sharing your expertise and your knowledge with us. I'd like to. I've just learned that Professor Ev has joined us, but so we're going to give him the final intervention to him. But first, I want to come back to Professor Hirsch for a second. We've lost your image, Professor Hirsch. Would you mind trying to turn on your camera again? I have three questions for you, which I want to condense in one, but I think they're so important that we cannot let you go without asking them. And it's first, we talk about the past, the present, and the future. We haven't heard about the gender dimension of the past, present, and the future. Also, it is clear from what you said earlier that the struggle for equality and for ending discrimination has to be led by people of African descent themselves. But how do you see the role of white allies in this? What it is that they can and should do? And finally,
the sound has gone terrible.
Did you? Should I repeat my question, or was it clear to you? I don't hear you. My final question was: Are you optimistic? Are you optimistic about the future after everything we've heard today?
I can hear you. The sound. It sounds like it's coming from Mars. I don't know if my sound is okay.
Yeah, it's a bit interrupted. So let me try and summarize very quickly. Is it a bit? I see it's a bit better now. So
something is wrong with the sound.
Something is wrong with the sound, I'm being told. The challenges of technology. Is it better now? Can you hear me? Am I still interrupted? It's very horrible. Yeah. Maybe if I'll try and stop my video. Is it better if I stop my video? Can you hear me better now? No.
No, unfortunately.
No, sounds not good at all. One Hirsch, let me write my question to you. I will summarize it.
The question you asked so far, I'm able to hear it. I'm just not sure whether you can hear me.
We hear you. I hear you. It's a bit interrupted, but we hear you.
Okay, yeah, I think I can answer the question. I'm getting an echo. But I'm just going to... Can you still hear me? Okay, great. So the question about women is a really important one. And obviously, as a Black woman, you don't get to choose between gender and race as primary signifiers of your identity. And, you know, one of the things that when you look at the history of Black oppression is that you see that Black women were doubly erased because, as Professor Small so brilliantly described, this incredible canon of work by Black liberationists, Black intellectuals, Black creatives, which has been systematically erased and forgotten, even often by Black people who haven't had access to it. Then within that canon, there is additionally a body of work by Black women, which has been doubly forgotten. And whether you look at the United States, where, for example, writers like Zora Neale Hurston were forgotten for generations before being rediscovered by Black female scholars, in that case, Alice Walker, whether you look at Mary Seacole, who also, despite having published a best-selling book that was translated into many languages in 19th century Britain, was also forgotten until in the 1980s. Again, Black feminist scholars rediscovered her work, republished and newly made it accessible. If you go back to the Pan-African independence movement, to the early 20th century, to the people we've been hearing about, whether Kwame Nkrumah, George Padmore, Ras Makonnen, these scholars also had women who were central to their work. And one of the things that my work has really confirmed to me is that even during their lifetimes, these women's contribution was often erased in real time by their peers, and then doubly erased as the white systems of power continue to produce versions of that history that erased all of this scholarship, male and female. So this is part of our story, that we as Black people have had our innovation, ingenuity, creative contribution erased, and we as women within those movements have faced this double erasure. I think, like so many Black women, I've been very disappointed most of my life by mainstream feminism, which has purported to be a movement for equality in society while systematically overlooking racism. And I think there is still a huge failure in much of the feminist movement to be truly intersectional. If you look in Britain, for example, where Black people are, as I speak today, a number of Black British people were deported to Jamaica. In what could end up being another illegal deportation by the British government. And yet we very rarely hear white feminists speaking about the plight of Black women in immigration detention, for instance. There are so many ways in which feminism is still failing Black women, and which leads really to my answer to your second question, which is about allyship. From my perspective, if you are a Black person in a European society who speaks openly and frankly about the legacy of racism, and its contemporary manifestation, you face a penalty for that. You face a penalty because you are disrupting the status quo. You are unpicking a power system that wants to preserve its current configuration. And conversely, if you reinforce the status quo, if you tell people what they want to hear, there is a reward for that. And we see in so many sectors, whether in professions, whether in public life, whether in the media, consistently Black people who say what power wants to hear are rewarded, given honors, given platforms, whereas people who are willing to disrupt by speaking the truth are often penalized, and sometimes in a brutal way. And for me, allyship is when white people who don't face that risk because of their whiteness are also willing to share that penalty, because it's easy to talk about allyship and it's easy to want to be on the right side. And I think most people want to be on the right side and want to see themselves as allies. The allyship is really not useful unless it is willing to share the load of the burden and the penalization that we as Black people who are doing this work face. And it's also recognizing, I think, that this is not our role, it's not our job, it's not our problem. The whole of society is the poorer and the more toxic and brutalized for the legacy of racism that affects all of us. So anybody who wants to live in a society that is capable of achieving meritocracy, that is capable of distributing its resources fairly, not because of race, that is capable of building a future that is actually sustainable and inclusive. Anybody who cares about that, this is your work and your job as well. And so I think that conversations about allyship need to be really centered on that reality, that there is work to do and it comes at a cost, and that cost should be equally shared and distributed, because otherwise you face the ironic situation we're in today, which is that you, whilst communicating the very real legacy of racism, experience a repeat of the forces of racism. You experience being racialized, being penalized for speaking the truth about the ways in which your ancestors were racialized and penalized for being Black. And that is the reality until white people also assume the responsibility of doing this work.
Thank you very much. And we're slowly running out of time, but I want to give Professor Ed also the opportunity to contribute his expertise. He teaches modern history at the University of La Réunion, and he has published over 60 books, over 200 publications, and more than 100 articles on the history of religion, politics, slavery, and servitude in his country. He chairs the International Historical Association of the Indian Ocean, which every year organizes a reflection on slavery And in addition to his academic work, he is a member of several cultural associations. Now, Professor Ed will speak in French, but I will ask the question both in English and in French so that everybody can follow. Professeur Ed, j'espère que vous êtes avec nous et que vous arrivez à mettre votre caméra pour que nous puissions vous voir. You have done extensive research on slavery and reparations. What can we learn from that? And I'm going to combine my questions to you all in one. I would like you to also tell us a bit about the question of memorials. Since the panel is building the future, how do memorials and museums contribute to tackling racial discrimination today? Vous avez fait, professeur Ed, des recherches approfondies sur l'esclavage et la Reparations. Pour un public qui n'est peut-être pas trop familiarisé avec ces termes, pouvez-vous nous expliquer qu'est-ce qu'on peut apprendre de votre recherche? Et puis aussi, on aimerait soulever la question des monuments commémoratifs, puisque le titre de notre table ronde est sur l'avenir. Comment est-ce que les monuments commémoratifs et les musées contribuent-ils à lutter contre la discrimination raciale aujourd'hui? Professeur Ed, est-ce que vous m'entendez et est-ce que vous pouvez prendre la parole, s'il vous plaît, vous avez 5 minutes.
Professor, yours. Sorry about the sound. Thank you. Vous m'entendez? You are unmuted now. Yes, please. Ça va?
Ça va, très bien.
Alors, je vous dis bonjour. Je prends la réunion peut-être parce que je sors de thèse. En fait, c'est très important de mettre en place des musées et des outils finalement permettant aux populations de bien saisir ce qu'est l'esclavage et d'offrir des outils aussi bien aux descendants d'esclaves, aux descendants de maîtres, aux descendants de traitants, à seule fin que l'on puisse vraiment construire une société nouvelle et une société solidaire. Parce que, et pourquoi je dis qu'il est nécessaire de mettre en place ces outils et d'arriver en fait à une patrimonialisation de l'esclavage, la mise en patrimoine des biens laissés à l'époque de l'esclavage, tout simplement parce que, eh bien, dans les espaces qui ont connu l'esclavage le plus souvent, ces outils, ces restes, ces vestiges ont été détruits sciemment. Et donc, il reste peu d'éléments. Et même encore aujourd'hui, lorsque, enfin, dans certaines communes, eh bien, lorsque l'on doit construire des logements collectifs, on n'hésite pas à détruire encore ces biens patrimoniaux qui relèvent, qui datent de l'époque de l'esclavage. Et ce sont des associations qui doivent se battre pendant des dizaines et des dizaines d'années jusqu'à ce que l'on trouve enfin une écoute positive pour qu'on puisse eh bien, sauver un bien. Je cite un exemple, personnellement, avec l'Association historique internationale de l'océan Indien, il m'a fallu près de 30 ans pour qu'une pierre tombale qui appartenait à une esclave qui vivait à Saint-Paul, l'esclave Delphine, qui a été affranchie sous le nom d'Élode, eh bien, pour que sa pierre tombale qui avait été subtilisée au profit du pirate Labuse lui soit restituée lors du 170e anniversaire de l'abolition de l'esclavage en 2018. Et très certainement, vous devez être au courant qu'une autre association aujourd'hui milite, c'est l'association Quartier Libre, Mémoire, Patrimoine Océan Indien, milite pour que la prison, les murs de la prison de Juliette Dodu, eh bien, soient sauvegardés et pour que cet espace devienne au cœur de Saint-Denis un lieu de mémoire de l'esclavage, puisque ce bien patrimonial remonte à l'époque de l'esclavage, il a été construit par des esclaves et il a été il a accueilli des esclaves, mais il contient aussi l'histoire administrative, la première histoire administrative de l'île, la première histoire judiciaire de l'île, et c'était aussi le premier lieu carcéral. Et donc, il est vital de mener un combat pour que ces outils ne soient préservés afin que les générations nouvelles puissent prendre conscience de cette monstruosité qu'est l'esclavage, parce que sans outils, eh bien, il est difficile finalement d'intéresser les jeunes sur ce type de questions. Et cette patrimonialisation de l'esclavage, même si elle est souvent mal vue par certains intellectuels et certains journalistes qui disent finalement il y a un problème memoriel, il est inutile de regarder dans l'autre rétroviseur, il faut avancer et il faut construire une société finalement on n'a pas besoin de s'appuyer sur l'esclavage pour avancer. Eh bien, si on n'a pas une connaissance solide de son histoire, on va toujours répéter les mêmes erreurs commises dans le passé et on ne pourra pas construire une société où chacun, finalement, se retrouve et puisse vraiment s'épanouir. Donc, les travaux que j'ai menés sur l'histoire de l'esclavage, eh bien, insistent là-dessus. J'ai mené des travaux sur l'étude des cimetières, les cimetières d'esclaves, les lieux de culte, et ma volonté pendant toutes mes recherches a toujours été d'accorder de l'intérêt à cette histoire de l'esclavage, à l'histoire de l'engagisme également, mais surtout à l'histoire de l'esclavage, et tout ce qui a pu être préserver, tout ce que j'ai pu faire pour préserver les tombes, les pierres tombales, etc., qui avaient une incidence pour une meilleure connaissance de l'esclavage. Je l'ai fait. Je n'ai pas toujours trouvé une écoute favorable, mais au moment, à l'instant T, mais au fil des années, eh bien, je dirais que le combat pour essayer de sauvegarder les biens patrimoniaux attestant la pierre apportée par les esclaves pour construire la société réunionnaise, eh bien, ça a fini par porter ses fruits. Donc, c'est un combat difficile et c'est vrai que les structures internationales, l'Europe aujourd'hui qui institue cette journée pour parler de cette question de la traite, de l'esclavage et de la nécessité de la réparation, c'est une excellente initiative. Tous les soutiens, tout ce que fait l'ONU sur cette question, l'UNESCO, etc., c'est très important. Et je rappelle pour mémoire que l'association qui travaille sur la sauvegarde de la prison Juliette Dodu eh bien, a obtenu le label UNESCO classant donc, ce projet dans le projet de la route de l'esclave. Donc, c'est très important d'avoir un lieu de mémoire à La Réunion parlant de l'esclavage parce que jusqu'à présent, eh bien, on n'a pas ce lieu. Si Gorée a sa maison des esclaves, si la Guadeloupe a le mémorial Acte, La Réunion a besoin, bien sûr, de sauvegarder les biens patrimoniaux existants, mais La Réunion a besoin aussi d'un lieu où l'on puisse parler de cette histoire, d'exposer sur cette histoire et de transmettre aux générations futures les informations nécessaires pour qu'ils puissent se construire, non pas sur du vide, parce que l'histoire des habitants de cette île, pour la plupart, ceux qui sont venus en exil forcé, eh bien, commence d'abord sur du vide. Et c'est très difficile de se construire si on n'a pas des assises solides et si tous ces êtres étaient traumatisés par l'esclavage. Et la première des réparations, je pense que la première des réparations, c'est vraiment la patrimonialisation des biens des vestiges de l'époque de l'esclavage.
Merci beaucoup, professeur Prosper. Entre-temps, j'ai changé de microphone. J'espère que vous m'entendez mieux maintenant. Oui. Alors, vous citez le projet La route de l'esclave de l'UNESCO et cela m'a interpellée aussi que le président du Conseil européen a fait référence à l'île de Gorée et comme ça l'avait marqué sa conscience. Et je vous félicite parce que le travail qui se fait dans la patrimonialisation ne se ferait pas sans les efforts de la société civile. Et la société, il est très important que des associations comme la vôtre, mais aussi comme Site de Conscience, par exemple, le réseau qui continue à œuvrer pour qu'il existe ces endroits où on peut se recueillir et on peut apprendre en même temps. So thank you so much, Professor Eve. And as I was saying, the efforts of civil society are crucial to the creation of memorials and honoring the memory of the past, but also for people nowadays to learn about the past. And in that sense, there's of course the Slave Root Project of UNESCO, but there are numerous associations around the world really without who this would not exist and be possible, like Sites of Conscience and other associations. So we have gone way over time, and I'm getting reminders here that we have to close, but it would not be participatory not to at least have one question. And I know Marian Douglas, who I know back from the Durban days, I would like Marian to, as you were the first one to raise your hand, to give you the floor, and please also tell us which panelist you would like to ask your question to. Can you hear us, Marian? And please take the floor. Marian, are you there? Marian Douglas from Afro Americas? No, in that case, I would like to give the opportunity to another person who would like to comment. Anel Clarice Philippe. Anel Clarice Philippe, not sure if I'm pronouncing it correctly. Please, would you like to take the floor? Please unmute yourself.
Marian, you're muted, sorry.
You asshole. Hello.
Hello, yes, we hear you. Please go ahead.
Hi everyone. Hi, Birgit. I'm gonna.
Seems like
Je voudrais remercier tout le monde ici pour vos contributions. Moi, je suis noire américaine. Ma famille était en esclavage ici aux existence des États-Unis. I worked in France when I was 18, and my life has been somewhat international since then, but I'm Black American from the US. So I started 13 years ago this network, Afro Americas, which is for all the Afro descendants of the Americas. I look forward going forward, Birgit, Professor Beckles, Professor Small, people that I've had some contacts with in the past, Professor Vergès, and others, Ahmed Reed, whom I don't know yet. But I look forward to us actually dealing with the actual population, because the things that we don't talk about is the demography. The human demography changed because of the transatlantic slave trade. This population, which was not here before, we are not going away. We are 250 million Afro descendants of the Americas. And then I just want to share with you all and anyone's contributions. This is not only about the Americas, but this is the part of the world where nothing quite to this extent magnitude happened in other parts of the world. And the combination of indigenous and African and European people, which includes both of my parents, my family, and most of the people of African descent in the Americas, we need to be recognized. We need human rights recognition, formal recognition as a population, just like the indigenous people of the Americas. And also I would like to ask if you all are aware, there is a research study right now on DNA from the various Afro-descendant populations of the Americas. It's been reported in the American Journal of Genetics, Human Genetics, earlier this year. This is just beginning, but I think we must have a political and social component to this. While these genetic scientists are studying our DNA, we need the world to actually confirm or to recognize that we are not just minorities of Bolivia or Peru or other countries. We are a specific population group. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marian, and good to hear you. Who would like to, would somebody like to react? I think yours is more a comment than a question, and it's a key also that this network of people of African descent in Europe, of course, connects also with the network of people of African descent in the Americas and in Asia also. So would any of the panel members like to briefly respond? No more than 1 minute, please, and then we will turn it over for the closing remarks. So who would like to take the floor? Professor Small?
No, it was a comment. It's welcome. Thank you, Marian. I agree. If I understood, one of the implications of what you're saying is Black people of African descent across the Americas, we are not a minority, we are a majority. I detest the word non-white. I read the word non-white every day in British newspapers, in American newspapers. We are not non-white. We are a majority across the world. And I agree that this demographic issue is relevant and has many implications. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I have actually been told that our closing speaker has a bit of a delay. So that gives us time for one final question. And the question to all the panelists is, are you optimistic about the future? Can I ask our member of the European Parliament to go first? Ms. Rafaela, have we lost you? Are you still with us? Then can I pass maybe to Sir Beckles?
Well, yes, certainly. It would be an honor to comment on that question, and then which will be my final comment, and to say what an honor it has been to be on this panel with Professor Small and Afwa. Good to see her again, and all of my friends. Let's put it this way. It took us all of the 19th century to uproot slavery, chattel slavery from the world. It was a long struggle, 100 years. First in Haiti, 1804, and then all the way to Brazil and Cuba in the 1880s. 100 years, 4 generations of struggle to uproot slavery in the 19th century. Then it took us another 100 years, all of the 20th century, to have human rights and civil rights put in place, the right to vote, the right to live where you want to live, the right to an education. It took 100 years of human rights and civil rights struggle to consolidate those issues and to convert colonies into nations. Nation building out of colonies was a 20th century construct. We still have colonies. So another 100 years. And now we're looking at this 21st century square on. And we're saying, okay, 100 years to end slavery, another 100 years to get human civil rights, democratic participation. This 21st century, we are going full throttle with reparatory justice, removing the legacies of slavery and colonization. The struggle continues, it persists. Now, if it takes us all of this 21st century, we will be activists around these matters, and we shall not give up, because that is our historical legacy. So the question, are we optimistic? If you had asked an enslaved African in the Caribbean in the 19th century, can you imagine human rights, civil rights in the 20th century, could you imagine that the colony in which you are living would be one day an independent nation? You know, they would have every reason to be negative because things do happen slowly. And the question is today, are we going to see reparatory justice as an institutional response? Are we going to see the end of gender hatred and racism against people on the basis of their color and their gender? But the struggle has to be continued. And therefore, if there's one thing that history teaches, is that you must always be positive. You must never give up. You must never give in. That is the one lesson of history. So optimism is an enduring quality of human struggle. So yes, I personally very optimistic because I know what our forebears have gone through. I know what our children are going through today, and I know what this history is going to be about. Endemic and persistent struggle for rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Small?
No, I think he's put it candidly, concisely, and persuasively. I'll just give you one example. When I did my master's degree in 1981 at Bristol University, there were only 2 or 3 books on the history of Black people in Britain. Everything was about the USA. Now there are hundreds of articles. There are tens, dozens and dozens and dozens of books. It's moved vastly forward in ways I never expected. The Transatlantic Slavery Gallery, where I was a curator in the early 90s, has become the International Slavery Museum. So like Professor Beckles, Sir Hilary, I see progress. You know, I don't know if I want to implicate him by saying us older people imagine it will take more time. Younger people want it to happen faster. More power to you. I'm cautiously optimistic. My colleague Kwame Numako told us we have already won because these issues are now in the public and they will never go away. And we are here because they were there. And as somebody said earlier, we will be here forever. Thank you.
Over to you, Professor Hirsch. Go ahead.
I just want to echo what my colleagues have said. It's been a real joy to be in the presence of exceptional Black people who're so grounded in history and scholarship on this subject. And my message is really one that this is not an option to continue with the status quo. And doing nothing is actually an act of neglect for future generations, an act of destruction for racial justice. Doing nothing is not neutral, it is intervening on the wrong side of history. And so I encourage everybody to think what they can proactively do. And I agree that this isn't something that can be done in a generation. We have inherited a system that was built very deliberately over centuries. It will take time to dismantle, but I think as long as we understand our role in doing the best that we can with our lives and our platforms and our energy, so that what we hand over to a future generation puts them in a position to continue dismantling these structures of racism. That is the work that we can do. And I hope if in any small way this contribution in this event can contribute to that, then it would have been time well spent. So thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you. Professeur Prosper, Prosper Eve, la question qui se pose, c'est est-ce que vous êtes optimiste aujourd'hui? Je ne sais pas si vous pouvez rallumer votre caméra. On vous écoute.
Oui, je pense qu'aujourd'hui, même s'il y a encore beaucoup d'obstacles, les politiques sont armés pour écouter les doléances venues de la base. Et souvent, ces doléances sont très pertinentes. Et je pense qu'on dispose des outils, aussi bien technologiques, etc., pour pouvoir accomplir des grandes actions pour que cette question de l'esclavage, des réparations, soit mieux connue dans les différents espaces qui ont connu ce système inique d'exploitation de l'être humain par l'être humain. Donc je suis optimiste à la mesure où je fais confiance aux hommes de bonne volonté pour faire évoluer les choses dans la bonne direction, comme au XIXe siècle, au moment où l'esclavage régnait. Eh bien, il s'est trouvé quelques hommes de bonne volonté pour agir, pour que cette abolition arrive en France. Je cite le cas de la France. Eh bien, je pense qu'aujourd'hui, on est à un autre niveau, on dispose davantage d'outils intellectuels et des moyens financiers également, et pour que l'on puisse agir sereinement afin que les nouvelles générations s'emparent de cette histoire et n'aient plus honte non plus de cette histoire, mais qu'on travaille véritablement pour réconcilier les consciences et arriver à construire une société où il n'y ait plus de différence entre les individus, où les uns ne se croient plus supérieurs aux autres, parce que nous sommes tous égaux. Et l'abolition de l'esclavage donnait cette leçon, et je pense que la Covid aujourd'hui nous donne la même leçon. Nous sommes tous égaux, et à partir de là, nous devons construire ensemble, co-construire des projets fabuleux pour le monde de demain, pour avoir une société juste, fraternelle. Dans ce sens, je pourrais dire que je suis optimiste, mais je ne suis pas naïf quand même. Voilà, il y a encore, je veux dire, un long chemin à parcourir, mais il faut à tout prix qu'on ait affaire à des hommes de bonne volonté. Voilà ce que je pourrais dire. Merci.
Merci, professeur. Comme vous dites, optimiste mais pas naïf. And I would like to say how humbled I am to have been able to share this space with you and with the over 100, at some point 120 participants of this panel. You have shared the pain and suffering of people, Africans and people of African descent. And at the same time, you've pointed out ways and means and strategies by which each one of us can make a difference. In a way, it's being educational and motivational at the same time. So my sincere gratitude to you. And as I say goodbye, I would like to introduce the final speaker for today before we go to the documentary, and that is Monica Silvana Gonzalez, also co-president of ARDI, and she is a member of the European Parliament, member of the Committee on Development, and substitute member of the Committee on Regional Development also. She is also a member of the delegation to the Euro-Latin American Parliamentary Assembly and the delegation for relations with Mercosur, as well as a substitute member in the delegation to the ACP-EU Joint Parliamentary Assembly. Ms. Gonzalez, over to you for closing remarks, and over and out from my side.
Thank you so much, Virgin. I am beginner in English, but I will try to do my best. Good afternoon to all the participants, and thank you again to our coordinator, ARDI Intergroup, Helena, for organizing this useful activity to indicate the European Day for the Abolition of Slavery. I support the work of our hosts and the participants. A tragic death at the hands of the police turned into the major political events, political boots. The protests that took place because of the murder of George Floyd in the USA were a natural expression of a society exhausted of these many cases of injustice that we face also in Europe. Although we in the European institution have been fighting for many years, we do not have many answers, let alone reactives from the authorities. The reaction of our mayor and conciliar is more visible. The local level is more sensitive to the reality of discrimination they are suffering daily in many European cities, like my city, Alcalá de Henares in Madrid. It is necessary to examine the link of the past and the present and think together how to make future generations free from racial injustice. With last in our day where they are doing to the most precarious jobs, such as agricultural and collect food that we eat. This food is cultivated and cared for mostly by Afro-descendant people in Europe. I hope that this conference will have a motivate impact on EU actors, such as the European Parliament. I am amazed at the amount of knowledge and the complexity of the perspective. On behalf of the Anti-Racism and Diversity Intergroup, I would like to thank all the participants for their various contributions, and I invite you to continue to be insist and raise your voice for all who cannot. It was a real pleasure to hear from so many distinguished personalities today. A special thanks to the Dr. Michael chaine. Sorry, your surname is very difficult to me. Visiting researches at the Royal Walden Institute for Human Rights and board member of the European Network of African Descent, for jointly developing and running this great event together with us. Mr. Rokaya Diallo, Mysteries of Ceremony, and Mrs. Birgit Van Good, UN Human Rights Regional Representative for Europe, the panel moderation and panelism, and your participatory audience. Thank you all for your commitment. I invite our audience now to follow with 2 episodes of the documentary Slated, a look at 400 years of human traffic from Africa to the New World, from the perspective of 3 different stories, with Afwa Hirsch, Tyler, and Samuel L. Jackson. Please join us in a question and answer session with the documentary director and executive producer Simba Jacobovici, executive producer Rick Esther Bielton, and Living with a Purpose lead instructor Kramen Wimberley. We are looking forward to the session. Thank you for your time and for your interest in participating in a debate with the European audience. The discussion begins at 8 p.m. European Central Time. The links to access the series have been shared in the WebEx platform chat. I wish a great evening. We will be back at 8 p.m. and next year we must take this case seriously, act on the public policies of our member state, and values perseverance in our fight for justice. Let's fight for a more inclusive European Parliament with Afro-descendant people. Thank you so much. Thank you again.
Hopefully everyone has received a link for the 2 episodes of the documentary series Enslaved. After the documentary, there's going to be a Q&A here. Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Hi, Juliana.
Hi, Michael. How are you?
Hi, good. How are you?
I'm fine. Wait, I have a problem. Is because I'm connecting from two devices. Huh? Wait.
To who?
I'm connecting from two devices.
From two devices. Okay.
Yeah, but I'm almost there.
Okay.
Yeah, now it's working. Save.
Can someone hear me?
Yes, Simka, we can hear you, but we can't see you.
Because when I press start video,
Uh-huh.
I can't get a picture.
Okay. Well, let me see.
Have you got me?
Maybe if I make you a presenter, that might change. How? Try now. Wait, hang on. Yep, you can try now.
Okay, no.
Nope. Okay. Huh. Well, in that case, I do not know how else to help you.
Okay, I can answer questions and just be a voice.
Yeah, that would be a pity.
Nice to meet you, Simsha. I'm Juliana. I'm going to moderate your session.
Hi, Juliana. I see you.
I don't see you yet.
You're very nice. I'm trying to get on, but it won't let me. Do you think it will leave it and come back?
No, it won't let me
I'm afraid.
Can you let me know if I'm pronouncing your surname correctly? Is Jakobowicz?
Perfect.
Okay, great.
Perfect.
Don't give me any options. Like you can't click anything.
Yeah. I'm afraid to try to get out because maybe I won't get back in.
Well, that should not be a problem as long as you have the panelist link. So perhaps that might be worth trying. Logging out, maybe even restarting the computer and trying again.
So I do that?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I'll try that.
All right, see you soon. Thank you.
How was the day, guys? I was there in the afternoon.
Sorry, one more time, Juliana, sorry.
How was in the afternoon? It was okay?
Yeah, it was okay. Some technical glitches and I made the mistake of volunteering to be on the platform host first and last time, I'm hoping.
That's not a nice volunteer work. They put it
Yeah.
on the the technical of the WebEx from the Parliament.
Oh yes, no, someone from the Parliament should have done it. I mean, I'm not getting paid for this. I'm just doing it just because. Yep, but no, I think it was. I think it went well. No, I think there are things that could have been done better, and so on. But yes, being online and it's a little more awkward, I think. But I think it was good. Hang on one moment.
Mimi. Ana Júlia, Clara. Vem aqui. My cat is an opera singer, so I had to take her out of here. She's in heat. Tira Ana Júlia, a menina aqui, ela tá cantando com reunião. These are my girls. Tira.
Are you in Brussels or in Brazil?
No, I'm in Brussels for the moment. I cannot go to Brazil because of COVID.
Okay.
I was in Brazil. My mom passed away in February, and I came back one day after they closed the borders. So now
Okay.
my sister cannot come and join me because of the COVID meters.
Sorry to hear about that.
Yeah.
Yes, I think maybe everyone, all the participants can hear any conversation now. So
I don't mind. It's not secret. It's not a secret.
no, I forgot about that. So let me just make a quick call here. Hang on one moment. Sorry.
Helena? Hi, Rick. Nice to meet you. I'm Juliana. I'm your moderator. I don't hear you.
Oh, that sounds really bad. Hello.
Yes, hi.
Okay, now I can't find you anywhere. Oh my God, this is hilarious.
No, but we see you and hear you.
Okay, well, I guess that's the most important. Oh, now I found you. Okay.
Okay, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you
from
too.
Brussels.
I'm in Toronto,
Oh,
Canada. Yeah.
oh, what time is it there now?
It is 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Oh, okay.
It's nighttime for you, right?
Yes, yes, yes. 8 o'clock. So, but thank you for your time.
Well, thank you for highlighting the series. And I think we're waiting for Simca to get back on, right?
Yes, and also, yeah, Kramer, yeah.
I'm not sure Kramer will, I think, with all the time differences, it's confusing, but I think that he had to travel somewhere and that something got postponed. And I think it turned out that exactly when we needed him, he might not be available, but we'll see. He hasn't emailed me, which leads me to believe he's in the air right now.
Okay.
Which is unusual, right? There's not a lot of traveling, but he had.
No.
So, and I know I read, but I'm getting all confused now. What organization are you with?
I work in the European Network Against Racism, ENAR.
Oh,
so we are
fantastic.
an advocacy organization, and we work, we are very close to ARDI, very close to Michael, very close to the other co-organizers. So, but mainly we are a pan-European network making advocacy at EU level. So, vis-a-vis these European institutions, Parliament, Commission, Council.
That's great.
Sorry to be interrupting the two of you. I'm terribly sorry, but we're about to start in 1 minute, and Kramer is not on yet. And hi, Rick. Let me turn on my video just to say hi.
Hi, Michael. Where is Simca?
Simca, he logged out, restarted his computer, and is going to log on again because he couldn't switch on his video.
Okay.
Okay.
I think that Kramer might not be able to make it.
Okay. All right. That is unfortunate. Okay.
Very unfortunate. Is Sim having trouble getting on?
It's making him try and download web. It's trying to.
So you can do it without, there's a way to join with just on the web, like not. There's a button.
Just join on the web. Oh, Stacey just got there. We just have to know if his.
Sorry, if you
Chambers is not supposed to be on the panel, right? No, I don't think so.
Pardon me?
I said I see Maddie Chambers among the attendees, and but she's not supposed to be on the.
No, Maddie Chambers is from Fremantle, and they're the ones that did the cuts, but she's probably watching to see how it goes.
Okay, great.
Sim is trying to get back on. He's having trouble with the WebEx. I had trouble with the WebEx as well, actually. But he was on before, so I'm not sure what the problem is. So if we just give him another minute, he should be on. And as I said, Kramer had a bit of an emergency. I got confused about the timing, but I think he is in the air right now, traveling, which is why he might not, which is unfortunate for sure, but we'll try and make up for it.
Michael, I have a small question regarding the Q&A. How do I see the questions? So it pops up immediately here on the screen?
Yes,
Or do I...
yes, you should be able to see questions in the chat box. And so far, I don't see any questions. But so you should encourage people to write questions in the chat box.
Okay. Do you mind accepting me in the panel as because I'm connected for my other PC as well, so I can see it well?
Okay. All right. You mean on the attendees list, the other Juliana? Okay, hang on.
Yeah, it's my PC.
Here we go.
Thank you, Michael.
You're welcome. I think you can start anytime you think you're ready to go.
Shall we not wait for Simca?
Oh yes, we should wait for Simca.
I'm assuming the public can't hear me now, is that right?
No, the public can hear you.
They can, okay.
Michael, if you want, I can start with Rick, and then when Simca arrives, I introduce him. What do you think? Are you comfortable with that, Rick?
That's fine. He's having trouble getting on, so I don't know if Jelena can help him.
What if I bring my other computer? His name's Simca. We just have to mix reads.
We can do that. I think it'll be.
Oh, it's working?
Okay, it's working. He should be on.
Okay. Yeah, he's there.
You see him. Okay, that's great.
That's great. Hello, Simca. Nice to see you. I just need you have to unmute.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, now I hear you.
I've been trying, it kept kicking me out, so it's nice to be unkicked.
We're glad you're here. Can I start then?
Sure.
Yeah, thank you. Hi, everyone. Welcome. My name is Juliana Santos Valgren. I work as the European Network Against Racism. Thank you for being here. Today, as you know, we are organizing this event, Recognizing the Past, Repairing the Present, Building the Future, on the commemoration of the European Day for the Abolition of Slavery, here in the virtual space of the European Parliament. You just were introduced to 2 episodes of the documentary doc-series Enslaved. I would like you to welcome here Simka Jakobowicz, who is the executive producer, and Ricky Esther Bingstock, who is also one of the producers of the doc-series. I introduce briefly our guests. So with Simka Jakobowicz first. He is an Israeli-Canadian filmmaker, New York Times best-selling author, and an internationally acclaimed journalist. He has produced script programming for practically every major broadcaster in the world. Among his many awards are an Presidential-free Emmys for Outstanding Investigative Journalism, DuPont Columbia Award for Excellence in Broadcast Journalism, and Canada's highest honor for broadcast journalism, the Gordon Sinclair Award. So welcome, Jessica. Nice to have you with us.
Great to be.
We have also Rick Esther Bingstock, who is an acclaimed Emmy Award-winning Canadian filmmaker best known for her investigative documentaries, From Sex Trafficking to the Human Organ Trade, From Corruption in the World of Boxing to Ebola. Bingstock's hallmark is gaining unprecedented access to major international stories. Welcome, Rick. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Pleasure.
So I would like first to ask you, before kicking out the debate, before initiating the debate, I'd like to ask both of you one single question. What does it mean today for you to be here, the European Day for the commemoration of the end of the abolition of slavery? What does it mean for you to be here in this debate with us? And what do you think we can, what is the final message of the documentary that you can share with us today?
Well, okay, I'll take the first stab at this. We started this series 3 years ago from idea. And, you know, I can say for myself, I was shocked at how little I knew because I spoke to marine archaeologists, and they said that they knew where there were sunken slave ships. And it was incredible to me that we're talking about 400 years of the transatlantic slave trade, 12 million Africans trafficked, 2 million that never made it. And most people, including me, I was never educated about this. So my fellow producers and I, we felt that we have an opportunity to make a difference. And we're storytellers. And through the, you know, adventure, if you will, or the detective work of finding the sunken slave ships, that we can use those as springboards to tell the larger story of the transatlantic slave trade, the story of the economics, the politics, the culture left behind, the cultures that those people, our culture, which was in many ways born in the holds of those ships, and resistance. They weren't just victims, passive victims, they were resistors. And we felt that we could tell the story, but only if we could do a whole series, not one show. And for that, we were fortunate, because I don't think we could have done it otherwise. But Samuel L. Jackson, who is a Hollywood icon and who is an activist, and who also traced his own DNA to the Benga of Gabon. When he joined and he said, let's do this properly, then it happened. And what did we hope and still hope that we'll accomplish? That a lot of what's going on today, I think, and we think, is happening in an educational vacuum. People are ignorant. They don't know. They haven't been educated. It's almost like the world has collective amnesia about this. And we feel that by providing these 6 episodes of Enslaved, of telling the story that we can somehow bring some light into the darkness and create sympathy and knowledge. And maybe that will lead to some kind of healing on these issues that are now, you know, at the forefront of at least the Western world. And for us to be part of this panel today, for it to be part of the European Parliament, you know, assessment, it's already a great honor, and we feel, wow, maybe we're getting somewhere. Maybe our dreams are coming true.
Thank you, Cynthia. And for you, Rick, what does it mean for you to be here today?
It's hard for me to top that. I agree with everything that Simha says. And for clarity, Simha was the series director as well as the executive producer. And I was the executive producer and producer among other teams. We had an incredible team. But I should say that when you do, you know, Simha said one thing, I mean, he said it so perfectly, but he said one thing, that we're storytellers. So everybody has their role in the world. You're doing panels trying to educate people and bring people together from all over the world. Our way of doing this isn't writing a textbook or teaching in a classroom. Our way is making a film, making a show. And we all know it's very hard to reach the youth. And when you do something like this, you kind of work on it for a bunch of years and the whole team is working on it. And then it goes out in the world. And what you hope for something as important as this is that it becomes part of the conversation. So that it's used as a tool to do exactly what we're doing now for this panel. And that it gets used in schools, because you just have to keep re-educating the youth and keep kind of looking at history and making sure that stories aren't lost, so that we can continue to learn from history so we don't always repeat it.
I can only thank you and share a little bit of my experience, because when I watched your first episode, I was really overwhelmed. I'm also from African descent. I don't know my legacy. I don't know my past. This was stolen for us. And you also touch upon the slave trade to Brazil, where I come from. So I felt very, very honored to be covered, like the history of us. This history is covered by your documentary, so I thank you for that. And I also thank you for bringing this as an instrument for education here in Europe. History covering colonialism and the slave trade. This is not taught in schools. This is not taught in our educational system. So it's via films and documentaries like yours that we get more educated even about our own history. So I thank you for that. I open the floor to questions. I hope I can get some. Please share your questions on the chat box. I know that I remember Helena, she had a question as well. If you want to write your answer, Helena, your question. I don't see her. Let me see if we can get more questions from the floor. We have some attendees, but I don't see even if people are starting to write.
Well, I have something I want to say in the meantime while we're waiting. When Simha brought the project, when he approached me, I'm in Toronto, actually. Simha's now in Renana, which is outside of Tel Aviv. You're in Brussels, so it's really, it's amazing that, you know, with COVID, there's no traveling, but in a way, it facilitates these kind of international events. And when Simha brought the project, what was interesting is, as a Canadian right next to the United States, we have a very close relationship to understanding the slave trade in the United States, not the trade, but slavery, its impact on America, the civil rights movement, all of those things. But what Simha said is true. It's like, how did it happen? How is it 12 million people? The Brazil story, the Jamaica story, you know, the Caribbean story, the countries that were complicit in Europe, they're not that. No one has really mined very much that story, at least in documentaries. I'm not saying it doesn't exist anywhere, but nobody has mined it at this scale. And that's what was appealing about the project. And of course, that's what got Samuel Jackson involved, which helps kind of bring it to an even greater audience. But it is, I mean, it's an amazing fact when you learn that 2 million people were lost at sea. 2 million people. That's That's one large number of people that were lost at sea whose stories were never told. So we were very proud to tell that.
I see that Crema is online. If I can ask Michael to welcome him on the panel.
Oh, that's great.
Michael, would it be possible to welcome him on the panel, like just to make her part of the panel?
Unfortunately, it's not working. I've tried, but Kramer, the floor is yours. So please, you can introduce yourself maybe and say a few words. I'm terribly sorry for not being able to put you on the panel. I don't know why. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome, Kramer.
Okay. Thank
Yeah.
you. Thank you, everybody. All right. It's been a bit challenging to get here, dealing with the technicalities. I'm just getting off of a plane, so and trying to link up has been a bit problematic. So I don't know where we are in the conversation. If I could.
We're just starting, and in fact, I'm going to take this opportunity. I'm sorry people can't see you, but we can hear you, to introduce Kramer and his incredibly important role. I said that we wanted to tell the story by diving sunken slave ships, and the way we did that is we approached a group in the United States called DWP, Diving with a Purpose, and we were so fortunate. People think we went to Hollywood casting agents, that we've got some of the 5 most charismatic divers in the world. And these people, they're, different, men and women, and some of them black and white and intellectual and emotional. And they're like this perfect chemistry of people that, when my kids watched this series, they couldn't take their eyes off the shows because they connected with these divers. And Kramer is the senior diver for DWP, and he became, in our show, kind of the anchor, if I may say so, and the person that always reflected most deeply on what they found and on the significance of it. So that's Kramer, and I'm so happy that, I'm sorry that we can't see him, but I'm so happy that we can hear him.
But thank you very much, Simca. I really appreciate the accolade.
It's true.
I am just one of many. I am one member of Diving with a Purpose, the organization that I represent. I am one member of the cast. All of them brought their very unique perspectives to the project, and I valued each one of the members of the cast for what it is that they brought to the project. As much as I value the members of Diving with a Purpose, who've been doing this work for going on 16 years now, right? Diving with a Purpose is an organization of architects, of doctors, of lawyers, of teachers, of engineers who share a love of diving and finding out about our history, right? Our expertise is in the area of documenting maritime shipwrecks, and particularly slave shipwrecks is what brought us into being as an organization, attempting to find one slave ship off of the Florida Keys. So that we are able to engage with AP and Simca and Rick and all of the other members to bring the story to a global audience allows us to fulfill what our calling or our mission is, right? And as important as our mission is one to attempt to tell the story of the people that died and the remains of the shipwrecks, because it's a story of the transatlantic slave trade, right? So we play a very small but important role in trying to move the story forward, um, of the transatlantic slave trade, and that story is a story um, of white supremacy.
Mm-hmm.
And the lie that has been told to the global community, right, about the superiority of white people, right? So it doesn't only affect African Americans; it affects the entire globe. This lie that has been told of the superiority of white people that we've identified as white people, right? That lie has affected, like I said, it's affected the entire globe, right? People in Asia are carrying umbrellas to prevent themselves from getting any darker for fear of being associated with the African. Right? That's a lie that's been told, right? That affects people still today. Right? In India, you have the caste system, right? Where different hues of people are relegated to different areas in society because of the lie that's been told about the superiority of white people, right? And I'm right now stepping outside of my lane and the story that we're discussing. So I'm going to pull back, right, and allow the conversation to continue to go on.
It's lovely to hear you, Kramer. Thank you. And I couldn't agree more. It's a history about many systems of oppression, right? It's not only about white supremacy, it's also about capitalism. It's also about the rape culture. So I think it's like you tackle different systems of oppression. I see that there are some hands and people want to raise questions, so I pass the floor. I think, Meragani, do you want to raise a question? Do you want to ask something? I'm going to open the mic to you. 1 second. Michael, could you help me to unmute Mira, honey?
Who was it again?
Mira. She has
I look for her. Hang on.
She has interrogation mark. So while you're doing that, I'm going to read a question from How Does Love Stop? Good evening. We have been discussing potential mechanisms to address, redress, heal, repair. Is there any learning from the documentary making experience in terms of what is needed to be done now and in the future about addressing the past injustice?
Well, you know, in the documentary, we don't really offer solutions. We don't see that as the job of documentarians. We see our job as investigative, of trying to bring to light a reality, a truth that has been covered up by time, by prejudice, and so on. So, but one thing I can tell you is that it starts with memory. I mean, maybe I'm naive, but I really believe that if you don't remember, you repeat. And I'm child of Holocaust survivors, as is Rick, and I take that never again very seriously. And I think that we all have to say never again to horrible injustices that have happened. And one of the things that struck me and struck us, not just me, there's so many of us, the producers, that really it was one of those magical things that a lot of people came together, the divers, the academics, the producers, Yaron, Felix, so many people, of course, and Latanya Jackson. And one of the things that struck Afwa, so many things struck us. And one of them is that there isn't a single memorial dedicated to the millions that died en route. And it is our hope, as when you say, what are we going to do next? It's our hope that it's like an epilogue to this series. We're going to make one more program, and that'll be the creation and the installation of a memorial underwater to memorialize and remember and have a place of pilgrimage, so that it gives a physical address for people's feelings, education, and say, because the amazing thing is, there are many, many statues to the bad guys, and there's not one statue to the people who died en route. So that's what we're working on now. I hope it'll happen. We're not funded yet, but I believe it will happen.
Rick, do you want to compliment?
No, I think he pretty much said it. It's true. We don't provide solutions, and that's also such a big question. There's conversations happening now about reparations all over the world. There's different conversations, and it's not, what happens when you make a documentary is you start with not a lot of knowledge and you immerse yourself in a topic. And, Sim said when he started, he didn't know. Well, we didn't. I don't mean we knew nothing, but we really didn't know. So you spend 2 years reading, and there's researchers involved to try and uncover new stories to be told, and also to synthesize. I mean, one of the things that I think Simcha found very challenging, the whole team did, but Simcha was driving the creative, was synthesizing 400 years of history into a 6-part series and doing it justice. You can't tell every story. There's no way you can tell every story. So you have to have some organizational principle, but you also have to make a show that people are compelled to watch, where there's not only interesting things, but it's interesting to watch. So Kramer and his dive team, there's a dive at the center of every episode, and that dive tells a story, and that story relates to the theme of the episode. So I don't want to talk, I know this is, that's not the point of the panel. The point of the day and the conference was to address systemic racism and look at the, abolition. But again, it at least kind of triggers discussion. So there was lots and lots of thought given into what beats of history are going to be told in this series, because you could do a 100-part series and not tell every story out there. How do you bring in the idea of what you talked about, Brazil? You're Brazilian. There has not been a lot about Brazil. Most people from Africa went to Brazil, were trafficked to Brazil. I mean, that, I kind of didn't know that. It makes total sense when you you look at the map and but
yeah, people are shocked when they learn from our series that only 4% went to the United States. Everybody thinks it's an American story. 44% went to Brazil.
44%.
38% went to the West Indies. I mean, it's amazing. And there are people on the islands in the Caribbean that are, one of our episodes is in Costa Rica, where young people are diving so as to figure out their own past, because they weren't told their own past in school. So I think the first step, the person asked, what are you going to do? I think educate is start there. Let's start there, because action comes out of knowledge.
Also, there is an imperative that when Samuel Jackson had a DNA test and discovered that his ancestry went back to the Benga tribe, who are now the king of the Benga lives in Gabon. So we went to Gabon. You said yourself, you don't know your ancestral home. So the only way to do that now, and DNA is doing that. And that also shows that, I mean, I think in a way, when we spoke to people, again, it's not exactly my story. I have a different, but when we speak to people, you want to know your roots. People want to know. It's this yearning to know. And I think there's an understanding now, not only with DNA, but even in Ghana, they had the year of return, and they were suggesting to people that no matter where, even if you don't know where you're from, come back and feel our continent, come back and feel what it is. And people should feel connected to that history, even though they're current reality is different. So you know, we're grateful we were able to tell the story, and I'm grateful that Simcha brought me on board, because the scope was just simply so big. The story is so big and so global.
I would like to just ask the same question to Kramer, like what comes next?
I'm by profession, right? I spent 30 years in the fire service, right? As an African American firefighter, right? We have a motto, right? Our motto is, "All I am, I owe. I live eternally in the red," right? Which is very similar to what Simca was referring to about the history of the Holocaust, right? And remembering, right? And that is something that doesn't just go through the fire service. That is something that African Americans as a whole are always tying back to their the memory of their ancestors, right? And everything that they got from them to move from where they were to where we are now, right? But additionally, Simca was referring to education, right? And education is extremely important. Rick was saying the same thing. But it's a matter of re-educating, and it's not a lot of conversation is going into educating people who have not had the privilege of education, right? But the global community, right, has to be re-educated because of all of the lies that have been told for millennia. Right. So, yes, education needs to occur, right? But we need to have an open and honest and cleansing communication, right, around everything that has taken place, and then re-educate people, because the damage that has been done to African Americans as a result of the education that has occurred, a similar damage has been done to European and everyone else on the globe by being told those lies that have gone on for a millennia. Right? So that's where I am. Right.
I think it's a very strong message that we leave to our politicians, to our European leaders. So they need to take their role and invest and advocate for greater change in education to be sure that we can address the question of slave trade in history and education, and that we can know more about this past abuse. So I would like to thank you, Free, for your time. It was a short session, but very interesting. Thank you very much for your generosity to be here with us. To the other attendees, I would like to say thank you as well. Thank you for being with us in this long day. Thank you to the organizers. Thank you to ARDI, to the MPs. Thank you to Helena and all the other supporters. Thank you to Michael McCree, who was there also giving various great support during the day. And I'd like to say goodbye, good evening, and good afternoon for you in Canada. Enjoy the day. We are gonna, here's already 8:30. So I wish you well. I wish you a nice evening and see you soon. Bye.
Yeah.
Thank
you.
It's a pleasure. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Juliana.